Hello.
My faith will guide me.
Nothing about your overcome my trials and win my embrace.
Place myself worthy, Lady Sharp. Countless nations these halls once, seeking to hunt out justiciars. I will follow in their path. I will succeed. Better get to it.
her most sacred path.
Faith leap trial. The literal faith leap or
The bowl contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly. You recognize this as a trial where initiates would prove themselves to Lady Shar. This one would test their ability to navigate her sacred darkness.
Said to be sure-of-foot in even the darkest recesses of Lady Shar's embrace. Please remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me. I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me.
The bowl contains an... You recognize this as a trial wherein...
Navigate the darkness to feel my embrace.
Let's get going. Breathe deep and move.
surely I can just walk them away from the edge, right?
Let's go.
Action, not reaction.
That didn't work. Screen print. You had an absolute schizo dream, but you're not sharing that absolute schizo dream.
I am ready. On I go.
Don't touch me.
Whatever comes, I'm ready. Have to keep pushing.
How delicious.
Screen.
Let's get on with it.
Line myself up to the left edge. Like this. Around the wall. Like this. Now put some. I wonder if I jump to that position if it'll work me. There's a path right in front of me. Line to the center of the statue. And right here. Okay, so there's two paths on each side. That one's connected. That one was connected on the wall. Oh, well done.
Let's try this way.
And that only took one shot try. Well, 2 shots. I did save and reload. Of course, one of them didn't get on the fucking elevator.
Still alive, so that's progress. Never wanted the easy path.
There's something down there.
Eager for battle.
My faith protects me.
I've got a long road ahead.
Wah, 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 wah. Very intriguing, John.
Need to find a way forward.
There's probably another level down here. And here we have the opportunity, which we probably save scum again. Get this buff on everyone.
A pleasurable shiver.
Wits and blades always sharp.
The faintest sensation of approval quickens your heart. A hard-won.
What happens if I fail it and I try to continue?
Your silent gesture vanishes into a...
Lol. If you fail, you get hexed. That's dumb. Let it literally be nothing. Don't give people a fucking curse for a check that isn't even guaranteed. It's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb.
A pleasurable...
Action, not reaction.
A pleasurable...
Onward.
While she's in here, she's going to want to use a different weapon.
What am I to do? Eager for battle.
Using one hand.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. What lies within?
One-handers.
Assume nothing.
8 to 16. 8 to 25. I'm missing out on the additional 1d4 poison. But that is a lot of damage. I also like how there's a representation of how many damage die is actually being used. Now the question is, do I need to kill him before or after? If I choose to fight him,
Bring me a femur bone.
what position do I need to be in to do it?
Quickly then.
First, we do the challenges. Souls? Soft step trial.
There is work to do.
Another bowl bearing the stain. Another trial for Lady Shah's initiates. This one would put their skills of stealth and infiltration to the test.
Those that can remain unseen and can still obtain what they want.
Another bowl. Another trial for Lady Shah.
Reach the other side to receive my gift.
Do they have seen visibility?
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
It does not appear that they do.
Someone there?
It is concentration, so you can't have that spell up at the same time.
What's next?
Trust no one.
Let's move.
Careful, I bite.
No time to rest. Kittius!
Mustn't let anyone see.
Is that the door that you're meant to come back through to get back? Apparently so. I see a bunch of different levers.
Need to press onward.
I see marked points on the floor. The levers control the walls?
What now?
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
The mission has to come first.
That was a trap. That's shit. I should have expected there to be a fire arrow coming right after a grease trap, but stealth gauntlets are the worst. Fucking Christ.
Off I go.
She fell down. Will she get up? She fell down. Will she get up?
No time to waste.
Do I dare just break the motherfucker down?
I must keep going. What do we have here?
Staring, I'm gonna need some lockpicks, bro. That did indeed open that gate. That's not a difficult bonus. See, if this had been a difficulty class 30 gate, I would have been like, what the fuck? Wow, I'm actually allowed to use my entire pool? That's weird. Lady Shar's words of guile.
To be unseen is to be welcomed everywhere.
The destroyed Sharran plaque.
Need to keep going.
Another question is, now that I have the gem, what's behind that one wall? This one.
Let's see what we have here.
Bunch of incense. And nothing. Are there going to be shadows here? Or are they only for the trial? Apparently they're only for the trial. Indeed. 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 Ah. I see. You put it in there, so they're forced to open it with that unless they have their own. I see. Okay. The intended way, I think they meant... Well, I don't even think they had an intended way. There's two ways. Technically three. You do what I did. You transport, or just have lockpicks, and lockpick it after using some cheeky invisibility. I don't think you're going to have a good time trying to get past this ghost to get to this lever position, to open this lever, and then get this key, and just walk across at that point, grab the trial key, start the trial over again if you get caught here, and then just, again, stealth your way through the button there. Because this is a hard wall, and there's no easy way to break down the walls. And these walls are sturdy. So you have to have at least a minimum of 10 damage, and you need to be able to deal force, or have a bludgeon to do it. And even then, you still have to hit at least 10s to deal damage to it. Maybe it was coded in expectation of invisibility users. And then once you get there, you either break in the iron gate, they have the key, or you lockpick it.
Worth a shot?
I mean, at this point, you would have to be at least at your 3rd level
No
spell
one's stopped me
slots,
yet.
so it's not like it'd be a very big detriment.
Can't slow down.
Orders from B. Pay close attention. Take the means to access relic, search in the library. Do not deviate, do not fail. Return promptly. The Gauntlet of Shah.
Better not be cursed.
Gauntlet of Shah, from where Army of Darkness is used, shall always join in battle with those who shun her embrace. It is said that the name of the most sacred sites has two meanings. First is a series of trials that Lady Shah's initiates must pass if they are to join her in her most vaunted rank. Secondly, it represents the most Meripec, the most martial facet of the Night Singer's embrace, the armored fist that shall crush her foes but gently cradle those who serve her. Initiates cannot advance to Shah's final test until they have earned the rite of passage. Each shall yield an umbral gem. Each gem shall bring the victor closer to the Night Singer. Once the way is failed, the final sacrifice beckons, and spilled Salanite blood shall herald the rise of a new dark justiciar.
Her most hallowed mercy.
Didn't we just do this? No, we did not. This is an entirely different trial.
A very gory idea of art.
Can't afford to stay idle. Onward. Ever onward.
I am not even necessarily needing to have
Another
just
bowl,
her do it.
bearing the stains of another of Lady Shah's trials that her initiates must face. This one would challenge their combat prowess.
I'm not sure if it'll punish me for having them in the room.
No.
However,
Assume nothing.
I wonder what the next move is.
Can't give up now.
Another bowl, another of Lady Shah's trials.
Teaches us that we are our own worst enemy much of the time.
Another bowl, another of Lady Shah's trials.
Vanquish your old life to receive my...
I'm going to switch to the Faith Axe.
All's well that ends.
Or send her in there.
Not as bad as it could have.
One not to spar.
get fucked. Who knows? Video of Uncle Rickus as a 40k Inquisitor. What does that sound like? Unironically, what would that actually sound like?
Onward in her name.
I smell a trap.
Let's see here. Amorphous has all my items. Shadow Blend. Psychic Missile. Damaging a reflection that is not your own causes Shard to intervene, reducing all ability scores to 1 until your next long rest. This reduction can stack up to 4 times. Radiant damage is doubled. So, each of them must be fought by the other. They can get radiant damaged, but it is mostly fighting your own build. I see. You're gonna have to go full tilt on destroying the wizard first. I don't know if Shar's rules apply to them.
What to do? At the ready. Still breathing, despite everything.
Really? You can counterspell all the way from up there? Okay. Okay. Alright. I think that's bullshit. You counterspelled a fucking protection spell for my own HP. Also, the other reason why that's bullshit is I don't have counterspell. So why do you? Why? What was the purpose? Is that to prevent me from starting off with a very powerful spell? Because my honest reaction to that is just to simply walk out the room and then cast it there.
I've got a long road ahead.
Now, the general problem here is not every single build I have is going to be capable, possibly, I would hope, of facing the other build.
Really? Now?
No time to dally. Let's try this way.
So it's going to be paramount for every single one of them that they are going to get first initiative.
Hello, you.
No one stopped me yet. Let's get going.
If this isn't important.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. How much farther can I go?
Okay. Positioning. Lae'zel's mirror is here. The most dangerous one out of all of them is an equal match between the caster and Lae'zel.
Assume nothing.
Lae'zel's needs to fucking die first.
Onward.
Because I don't know if the reflections follow the rule of Shar's setup. I'm also scared to cast it over there because I'm afraid he's going to counterspell it.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
So,
Still alive, so that's progress.
I lose one turn on Lae'zel's, but that's fine.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have. Should mind my step.
Hers is on this side.
On I go.
I don't seem to have the reflection rule the other ones did. I also want to know how close is too close. Surely he can't counterspell me if they don't have sight. They counterspelled it while I'm standing underneath them when they don't have line of sight. They don't have line of sight and they counterspelled it. It's not okay. Not okay. Not okay at all. No! 5E decided that you're allowed to counterspell a spell that you don't have sight of. That's bad game design. Number one, you've duplicated them. So if they have my entire spell pool, that's the reason why Lae'zel needs to die first and why the sorcerer has to die first.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's not gonna matter, because if I break that, she doesn't get her haste. I forgot. Oh, I hate the haste rules. I hate these concentration rules. I hate these concentration rules. But, first off, in the context of the situation, this mirror should not have counterspell, because I don't have counterspell. Because what that tells me is that these mirrors have a full access to the full spell book of what I have at my level. So you're telling me they have access to every single level spell up to 4th level? Do they share my spell slots too? Do they have exactly as many spells as I have opportunity to, or did it pre-select a choice for them? Because if it pre-selected a choice for them, not exactly happy with what you chose to have.
This way.
Kind of not great. At all.
Silent as the grave.
Maggots will be done. Proceeding. Undetected. Light steps.
Can you hit her from here? You could. She is wearing my items. Not being able to suffer critical attacks in this character is going to be a fucking mess.
What to do?
I don't like the idea of having to waste actions, but I have to be very careful about how I start this encounter.
No one back home will ever believe this. One day I'll catch a break.
Fourth level bombardment seems to be the best option. They are surprised. And that's why it's called an honest sorcerer reaction. Can't counterspell underneath anything below 3rd level, bitch!
What's next, I wonder? I'll go this way.
They are indeed surprised.
My patience wanes.
Can't give up now.
Time for a little death. Let's have some fun.
I'm ready.
Ready. Stay low.
I hate angling rules. Even here, my path is still interrupted. I really hate angling rules. You gotta understand. If you would make a rule system where you're like, hey yo, do you have the vantage to see them from this position? And it's like, oh, it seems that even though you do have vantage from this position and a normal person would shoot through the fucking pylons of the goddamn pillar and the rail, you technically clipped on a pixel of the wall, so your shot's not actually accurate. Bitch, this is not explosives! And because of the way that this system does movement, if I move, I can't unmove backwards to regain my movement. To attempt a different kind of move. You're just like, nah, you don't get to do that. In order for this position to be legal, I'd have to get onto the valid part of the wall. Unfortunately, that type of move is not legal. Is there an angle of this railing that allows me to hit you? From where I'm standing, it says no. If I back up, I'm out of range of you.
What should I do?
I don't know if it would count that spell as a part of her. Okay, really, the best way to deal with this fucking mirror is to just fucking destroy them with Spirit Guardians, but until Lae'zel's done with her copy, I can't take off the haste I gave her. So instead, we'll mirror image.
Moving.
Now we'll move in position of you. This is also concentration, oh my god! So many things are concentrations! Who thought this was okay?
I'm just waiting. Just like old times.
And before. I still don't have fucking... Are you serious? My man, I am in stealth and you are in range. What do you mean? Y'all want to really be gay about this? The answer is apparently yes. I will not be needing the sniper here. Too dark.
Need to act fast.
How you like crits, baby? And unfortunately, you can't do nothing but fucking look at a distance, bitch. You can't do nothing but look at a distance. And maybe give them potions and healing.
Let's turn someone inside out.
So gay. Okay, you did not take the effects of that. Disadvantage? Why? Just because the dark?
I am fury. I am death.
Immune to prone? Excuse me? Since when? You guys are on some bullshit. I mean, dropping superiority die is probably the best way to get the best damage off here. With the potential of getting the damage, and distracting melee strike is the best way to chain that. But it just feels really fucking bad. Save the non-lethal for pommel strike. Try to daze it. Or is it gonna be immune to daze too? I want to see what happens. Are you immune to frighten? It is not immune to frighten. And then finish with a daze.
I'm ready.
Only I didn't have to use Misty Step in that one situation, I would have it here to get on top of him. This is okay. It's alright. No, I do not want to turn on sticky keys. I'd like to see the fucking threat range of my stealth. Because I know if I press this button, which is also another change that I do not like. If I press this button, and I fail my hide, you just take my fucking bonus action away from me and don't let me redo it. Which I feel is bullshit. Too dark, you say? Let me illuminate a bitch. What a crit. Still too dark! You're so cool, game. Game, you're so cool. Very nice criticals.
Well, so much for peace.
There's literally nothing that Gustav can do.
This is good.
Oh, shit.
Will ascend.
Rise ends. I don't feel like there's a place or a time where this mirror is going to come back off of 6 health to fight a full health Lae'zel. So I'm just going to end Spirit Guardians here. LOL. Amau. Kek. LOL. Very good combo. Also, I love how I was immediately wrong. Immediately I was wrong. It's like, nothing could happen if I break the concentration on that and I give her the disable. Clearly nothing would happen. No. I'm playing with a fighter. Immediately off of that, combo attack into combo attack into combo attack. Also very important. Very, very important. You're fucking telling me that they can choose to attack them? That is bullshit. This entire trial is a fucking farce, and it is nonsense. The entire trial. The entire trial is nonsense. No. Unacceptable. They should not be allowed to attack each other. If you're going to allow them to attack other characters that are not the character that they are the copy of to attack, you're clearly telling me you get to break the rules and I get to suffer. That's not balanced. That's not balanced. That's not fair. That's bullshit. At least that time she was able to survive everything. I need a scroll of sea invisibility, please.
Let's have some fun. What do you call fun?
There's a little twink ass go, baby. I swear he went up and around the corner.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Make way.
He did go around the corner. He just went around a different corner.
I can't even catch my breath.
Ouch. Hey Shar, if I cast Entangle on this target, are you going to punish me? No, because this particular one can only be counted on undead? Fair. I don't want to find out if I break Shar's. I really don't want to find out what happens if I break Shar's rules. Here's a question. If I throw a healing potion at my feet, can I get basically a double heal in a turn? Yes, I can. When it works, you know. For some reason, when I throw a potion directly at my feet, sometimes it just completely cancels and nullifies the effect of it because I'm standing on different terrain platforms. And the actual healing effect, instead of being a proper splash radius, instead is like a splash radius on this layer. Like we learned down in the fucking caves.
I won't give in.
I can't do a single thing to him. However, you, my friend, no longer run from me. Endure! Survive and endure! Also, that's very cute. They copy the effects that they have running at them at the same time, so when I gave them haste, they also had haste. That's broken. I don't know if you guys realize that, but that's broken.
The subtle approach. On my way.
It's not even like a fun level of tee-hee-hee-hee. They can do the same thing too. It's literally just, we're abusing you. I think not. I absolutely think not. 94% advantage chance without using all in and I miss? Absolutely not. That's unironically Firaxicom. That's unironically Firaxicom. No! Absolutely not! I'm trying to read where I've lost part of chat. Trying to finish part of the story. Does he have his starting magic items? Wait, magic items? He has regular items. Each 2-level character starts with a permanent magic item. Non-consumable magic item. Lower and equal to your total one. You must be talking about a different game. Okay, you're not talking about my game. Got it. Endure, Gustav.
Let's go. Now they see me.
Actually, I'd like to see something.
Never a dull moment.
If I hit her here,
Catch a break.
do you punish me, Shar? Apparently not. It's only if I kill something that's not mine. And I still have the effect. Okay, understood. That's a little bit more balanced than I thought it actually was. Why do you have haste? What? Excuse me? Excuse me?
Got to concentrate.
There is no haste in the cleric spellbook. Why does the
Shalom.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
See, you have the sound effect now.
I got really confused because I forgot I put myself in here while I was playing Baldur's Gate, and I'm like, who the fuck wants to get banned from my server that badly? And I'm like, oh wait, no, that's Han.
Speaking of Baldur's Gate, did you see the extremely cursed image that Han posted?
I did not.
For today's thumbnail.
Oh, I didn't put that at the thumbnail, but I could always change it.
Are we having a regular game, or are we doing the planning thing?
Planning thing.
Okay.
I mean, this is what I did, because this was what Bill gave me, but I can always change it.
Okay. I mean, now I need to find what I was about to bitch about, because I was bitch about something very unserious. Okay, I don't know if you're playing the game, so I'll try to spoiler check this.
Oh, spoilers don't bother me, but I don't know if they bother anybody else, so...
Same.
Question: does anyone here give the slightest fuck about Baldur's
Bill, you're muted.
No, you're muted.
Something.
Oh, I could hear Bill from the other room.
Yeah, I had to put on push talk because his microphone sensitivity's been fucked the last couple days.
Okay, so Bill, I'm gonna explain something.
Ever since I started using my ice pick in the other room, it started picking it up.
It picks up your murders, Bill. You know. Okay, so Bill, I'm gonna explain something to you as a DM. All right, we are designing a dungeon. We designed a gauntlet of trials in a dungeon, all based on like peripheral concepts that a CRPG player will understand. A puzzle room where the path will disappear as you walk near it, and the trial is you'll be teleported back to specific checkpoints placed by statues of a particular goddess of darkness in the room, and you need to get to a gem altar on the other side, and you have to memorize the path. Right?
I think if you get people to do puzzles, they will kill themselves immediately. Unironically, have you seen what happens when I throw puzzles at you, motherfuckers? I think
yes.
The trick is that, like, if you do any sort of puzzles, the best thing to do is to assume you're dealing with like third graders. Or people who will overthink. No, don't do that. If you make it really straightforward, they'll overthink it and immediately start doing everything they can to avoid the actual answer. I remember one dungeon in Reign of Winter is literally put wheat on plinth, and in the plinth had a picture of wheat on it, and it took us 3 hours.
Fortunately,
it couldn't be that easy. It can't be that. If we do that, it'll kill us.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of secret trick.
Okay.
Fortunately,
Penny.
Penny.
Since we don't really have like, I don't know if we want to roll like stream roll 20, But I do have RPG Map Maker open that I'm also streaming into the chat right now.
Oh, cool.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Also, I will not. I have respect if people want to do Roll20 stuff. I will not be watching the stream as normal. I will just be here to field any DM questions, Q&A bullshit, like DM advice and stuff. Like, I'm just here as the agony aunt of the chat.
True. My chat room's saying hi, Aiden. Okay, fortunately, that's not the thing I wanted to bitch about. I'm just setting up what I have currently encountered in this area. Okay? So you have a trial that is basically figure out the path and memorize it. What I did is I used MS Paint, and I literally just took screenshots of the path forward, because, bitch, I'm playing a CRPG. You let me have tools. Fuck you.
If you ain't letting us have like a literal in-game paint option of a pen and paper, then no, do not do fucking puzzles that way.
Yeah. It's hard to describe. It's not a labyrinth. A trial where there are shades, which, to my disappointment, don't have true sight. So you need stealth past them to get to the Gem Shrine on the other side. There are technically 3 ways to answer the puzzle, which is you can make a mad dash to the gauntlet with invisibility, jump over the trap points, which I guess that's a nice touch that they did for this game. You can actually just jump over trap points instead of like, oh, your character jumped over the XYZ axis, it's gonna trigger anyways! Make a mad dash to the end in invisibility. Disable the traps as you walk through, and basically time your positioning to avoid the patrolling shadows, which again, don't have see invisibility true sight. Grab the key off a dais, which is locked behind a wall that can be moved with a lever, and then through that proper point that is a straight shot to the end, use that key to open the door, or sneak past the shadows however you wish, and either lockpick the gate to get to the shrine, or break the gate down, because the gate is weak to bludgeoning damage, but something weird that I think I haven't ever seen before in a D&D system. The doors in the game, Bill, have varying levels of resistance and toughness to particular weapons and types. Most specific.
Yes, that was what game did that? I think Fear and Hunger did that.
I've seen gates that have sturdy, which is basically any damage underneath 10 does not apply damage, period. It doesn't matter if it would have rolled damage with the double, it must hit at minimum 10. Damn, that was loud. It must hit at minimum 10 or it doesn't work. I've seen ones that had that limit but 20. I've seen ones where it's you will not deal damage, period, unless you use this, which it was literally find the explosives in the area and blow up the wall. I think there wasn't even a quest inside of Grimforge that I didn't do because I didn't realize I could do it, where it gives you the opportunity to get a barrel of explosives that you would basically steal from somebody threatening to blow everybody
but
up.
I need those to kill NPCs.
The way they do NPC quests like that, it's kind of hit and miss. This particular one was a miss because the way that they do quest signs on the map, they do the thing that, standard AAA games do, where it's like, here's a quest waypoint. The waypoint is covering this entire area. The answer is somewhere in this area. We're not going to make it clear when you find what the answer is. If you miss it,
that shit gets my nerves.
Worse, because I did this with the House of Healing in the same area. It was a quest item that was on a boss that I convinced to kill itself, but it did not make it clear that the item was a fucking musical instrument that I needed to take off his corpse, and like all the musical instruments in this game, because I'm not playing a bard, I sent it to the camp. The quest objective was still on the fucking House of Healing. And I went back in my head.
It really needs, there's a lot of really basic quality of life stuff that isn't in Baldur's Gate 3, like the option to use the skills of your party. Like if someone is in the party with lockpicking, but you're the person who clicks on it, the fact that the person with the lockpicks can't just go, okay, boss, I got this, click, done.
Yes. I hate that because they do that in quest
every single thing on dice roll in this game.
Like everything that has to do with whoever is first, it's not who's leading the party, who's at the top of the list. It's whoever interacts with the NPC or the obstacle first. So if it's a quest flag, if you're charisma talker, I chose to go with the sorcerer, because of course I went with a sorcerer. Why wouldn't I take a Constitution class character who's out drinking bards? If they force me into a conversation, and the wrong person's in that conversation, the one with all the negatives to normal talking skills, persuasion, deception, intimidation, you're fucked. Start it over again. Oh, what's that? You saved beforehand, and you accidentally saved on the twister. Oh, I guess you're gonna have to redo the area. I hope you made multiple quick saves.
Yeah, you need to be cycling your saves in this game. It is the absolute, like, the lack of basic bitch, like, quality of life stuff in Baldur's Gate 3 is unacceptable. This game essentially has come out in what I would call 1998 RPG quality.
And even
but not
then,
in the good way.
Unironically, Beamdog Studios' enhanced edition of Icewind Dale is trouncing this game. It is unreal how they are just trouncing them. And I'm not even talking about the expansions.
Motherfuckers need to remember that there's a lot of 5e games on the market right now. Like, use 5e as a system. Like, I think Solasta uses that in Song of Conquest.
Fortunately, we haven't even gotten to the part that triggered me yet. However, this has been flavor to get to this. Okay, Belle. We're in a trial. The trial is called the self-same trial. It's a mirror trial. Every single item and equipment my party has, including the fighter and the cleric, that both have an item that says I cannot be hit by criticals, and also the fighter who has a sword that is effectively hitting everything for a bastard's level of I stacked all the D's on this item. They duplicate effects. Not just effects that you cast before you fight them. Effects that are active on you. The spellcasters have access to every spellbook, not the cleric spellbook for the cleric or the sorcerer spellbook for the sorcerer, or the spells that you have allotted on your spell slot. When you open the door and triggered this trial, they have access to every spellbook. I walked forward in multiple positions to test how I wanted to start the combat. I tried to cast Armor of Agaeth, the level 3 ice armor spell, and the Mirror Sorcerer counterspelled it. Out of vision!
Armor of Agath is literally not accessible to sorcerers, it's only a warlock spell.
It is on an item that my character has equipped. However, I cast multiple spells at different points of the arena, and every single time, in and out of vision,
it got counterspelled.
It got counterspelled.
Like, this is very quickly veering into the territory of, like, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, where you play against the motherfucker who was a illegal Exodia, like, draw stacking deck, and it would reliably one-turn people, even on the lowest difficulty. So you walk in the room and immediately get fucking domed, like you're playing on, it's like playing on Rust and back in the day on Modern Warfare 2. It's like, I've spawned, I am dead. I've spawned, I am dead.
Yes. Because what just happened before you guys came in, I had finally basically picked out everybody, because the rule of this trial is the self-stream trial benefit of they are mirrored and they do your spells. But if you try to help an NPC that is not the mirror of your NPC, you are violating Shar's rules, the goddess of darkness and loss.
Oh, I fucking hate everyone to do with Shar is cringe. I hate those motherfuckers.
It feels like somebody's made an OC of the most out-of-pocket, ooh-woo-rar soft girl 2010 aesthetic of emos and applied it to the character concept of Sharran worship. It feels like they unironically shop at Hot Topic Circa 2010. That's beside the point.
I knew that goths were re-emerging, but
I saw a very interesting video on Twitter. I had posted it in Player's chat.
Okay.
This woman has a very interesting room.
Is it the woman with the fucking computer wall? Yeah, I think that's
and Jimmy Neutron's dad, inside dirt. Yeah, I don't know. Exactly
I'll give you 100. This bitch living like Lisa in that one episode of The Simpsons where they rent out the fucking server space in the house.
Doesn't she have the Chia bathroom as well?
Oh, is this?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, it's a thing. Okay.
I think,
is she alright? Like,
I think it's
something is wrong here.
My honest call reaction.
She didn't show the Chia pet bathroom because she like put Chia seats all over like her toilet, her shower.
Ew! I didn't even watch that far. Ew! My honest call.
Not in the video even.
My honest call reaction. I think it's weird, but it's not as weird as some of the shit people we know do. And she's doing it because she's doing it for attention and clout on TikTok.
Yeah, that's my only problem with it is
It's very
I don't
much.
think
It's
it-
harmless. It's at least it's not like going to random
Yeah,
people's
yeah, yeah.
houses and being like, haha, look,
Exactly,
guys, I'm
she's
doing
not-
a prank
yeah.
of home invasion.
Yes, she's not black London teen cringe. It's still cringe, but she's not black London teen cringe. However, the rule system of this fucking trial. If you help
Wait,
them,
before,
yes.
because I want to know if, for the stream itself, if like Bill Han, not sure who will be like taking over most of today's episode. If it would be just fine with me just streaming whatever I'm streaming into the chat as well. Of me just
Yeah.
mindlessly working on a map.
Yeah, I recommend you having that on stream. I think that would be good, like background footage, because I feel like this one's going to be quite rambly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's discussing the formation of an actual dungeon from scratch. It's going to be a bit of a weird one. It's normally something I do was blitzed out of my mind on like a Monday evening.
I made it 69 squares on 49 squares. The map.
Nice.
It's a big map.
Is it a dungeon or a side dungeon?
You can just watch my stream.
I'll look at it in a second.
It's more so like just a map I started like over a year ago.
Okay.
And I just never continued it. So I am now.
Okay.
I never really had a plan for it, so.
Okay, yes. But here's the pain point, Bill. The trial gives you the buff. First off, the first problem, it doesn't even tell you what the buffs are. You need to examine every single unit to figure out what they do. Because in the same area, there are units that they are vulnerable to radiant damage and take double damage, but when you hit them with radiant damage, they will reflect that damage to you. I have given Shadowheart Radiant Guardians, and it has access to both the necrotic and the radiant version. Its highest number is 24. So if I hit them with that spell, they're going to do double damage of the damage value that hit them back to her. She currently has 52 hit points.
So it one taps it basically just one taps her.
It would untap her, indeed. So you would have to use non-radiant damage to fight them, but they are very tanky-ish. They have about 50-ish health points, which is equal to the party, but still, you're telling the person who is in basically a room designed for her entire character backstory, hey yo, you can't use the spell type that you have, because if you do, you're gonna die. And these are people of her faith. That's weird. But, pain point. They give you the debuff. They let you know when you hover over them, at least, without looking and examine, that they are mirrored. But it does not tell you about Shar's rules. But after you kill them, it takes away the buff, but does not make it clear that if you were to assist other units after you've killed your Shadow Phantom, that you would get the consequence of it. And, I'm going to make sure to read this correctly, the consequence of breaking Shar's rules is... Damaging a reflection that is not your own causes Shar to intervene, reducing all ability scores to 1 until your next long rest, with the reduction stacking up to 4 times. So we have 4 shades that if they have access to spellcasting, I don't even know if the fighter and the assassin version of Hysterian and Lae'zel would have, but you have 4 shades. They have every single spell effect and weapon effect that you have equipped on your character. They will upkeep all of the same effects that are currently affecting you. So if you have Bless, they have Bless. If you have the Potion of Speed version of Haste, they have Potion Speed version of Haste. If they have the 10 set long cast version of Haste with concentration, they have it, but their concentration cannot be broken. They are immune to Prone. They're not immune to Frighten, but they have very high AC, because of course your character is going to have high AC, and if they don't, haha, your paper. They have to be able to fight against their shadow well enough to survive, and then if they kill theirs, but they don't make it clear that you can do this after you've killed them, to intervene with others, and if they don't, you are literally Psycho Rangers versus Power Rangers locked until you win. And if you don't win, oh well, start over again. And...
Here's a question.
Yes.
Quick question. I take it that if you trick the enemy AI into striking multiple of yours, thus breaking Shar's rules, they are not privy to the debuff.
No!
Didn't think so. Just what I asked, in case that was secretly the fucking actual thing they wanted you to do.
And, also, they have access to all spellbooks. So, the enemy reflection of Shadowheart, after being inside of the realm of the Radiant version of Spirit Guardians, backs up, knocks her prone with the Faithbreaker effect, and then casted haste on herself and ran away from her, prompting me to then immediately open my spellbook. Because in my brain, I thought to myself, excuse me, did you just give a cleric access to a spell that's not in her spellbook? Just because you felt like it? For a trial? And
I would not be surprised if this is literally a bug. Like, I would not be, like, Baldur's Gate 3 is such a buggy mess, I would not be surprised that if this was, like, a mistake and they unticked something. Someone included the Greek question mark and now everything's fucked.
I want to believe that it is a programming or coding bug that is an oversight on their part that allowed them to have access to every spell. Because why does the casters have spells that are not only in their spellbook but not on my spell slots? Well, I have access to counterspell, giving even a sorcerer access to every spell in the... Bill, off the top of your head, do you know how many spells my character right now has the ability to cast just from the sorcerer book?
Sorcerers do get quite a few, but I'm guessing it's not that many.
Right now, we're up to the third level? I'm up to third level slots. I'm thinking. I don't think I saw haste in the book. If I did, I'd probably have to look over again and get that next, because I already committed myself to my spells. But, imagine, Bill, if I had access to haste and fireball in the same ability of casting Armor of Gaia and also Spirit Guardians. And I was able to use all of those. In this rule system, I believe a lot of their spells are based on concentration, so if you have one concentration spell running, you cannot have another.
Yeah, you only have one. There's like one, I think there's like one class that can keep two. That's it. But it's like a high level ability.
But imagine, Bill, if a sorcerer also had access to cleric spells and warlock spells and druid spells.
Yeah, we had that back in the day. That was, technically speaking, Archivist or Rainbow Servant. Both were kind of fucked, and it required you to be at least like level 15 to do it.
Yeah, and my characters right now are level 7.
Ironically, the top-rated advice seems to be just send in one person and 1v1 them to death. Because it only spawns in what you send in.
Okay, I did not know that. I literally
also, someone said, unironically, the like strip down to your skivvies and re-equip after the fact works.
Interesting. I did not...
Considering that the AI is cheating like a son of a bitch, turnabout is fair play.
I suppose...
Oh, also, they're susceptible to stealth.
That makes sense. I don't think they planned for a lot of people to use stealth the way that most players would individually.
The most egregious version of, like, we not planned for stealth was the Pathfinder Kingmaker CRPG, where one of the items which we are the chat we're from is responsible for, has an aura effect that just does damage, but it does not break stealth. So the meta build for all was just get this item as early as possible and just walk around in stealth, just evaporating people over time.
I did not think that they would copy every character that I sent in. I only assumed that they would copy Shadowheart because she's the one that I've been having spill her blood on the altar. But even so, I did not expect it to be a Dark Link situation. I thought they would be like, oh, you brought your party inside the original first room? I guess we're gonna duplicate everybody. So I hoped that it wouldn't have been that. I guess I made it harder on myself just for sheer crime of going in blind.
This is one of those ones where, like, playing this straight is complete suicide. Like, you can't be fighting this shit completely, like, straightforward. You need to be playing like a sneaky son of a bitch, because it's Shar. She wants you to.
I mean, yes.
You need to be cheating all the time. Always be going hard at this shit. Cheat like a motherfucker.
I suppose, but then doesn't that destroy the concept? Because what's going to happen is that players are going to be like, okay, what do I need to actually do for this? And then they start meta cheating. And yeah, we're save scumming, obviously. However, there's a difference between save scumming and every single time you get to a boss, you're like, alright, let me open up this strategy guide and figure out what the meta strategy is. Because doesn't that defeat fun? But then at the same time, this is poorly designed.
No, dumb bullshit like this defeats fun. Shah defeats fun. Shah is the antithesis of fun. People who worship Shah should unironically walk into the sea. Also, she's the god of death and trickery. She should get used to it. Literally a goddamn domain. Get with the program, bitch.
True. And on that note, what's your opinion of Shadowheart?
I have never. This bitch is so basic that she fizzes on contact with vinegar. This thought is not just basic, she's alkaline. She is corrosive to the touch.
She literally is. I'm 15.
The only thing she's getting a rise out of is a loaf of bread if she's added.
The character feels like I am 15 and this is deep. The backstory.
The entirety of the characters you run into in Baldur's Gate 3 are like, oh, good, I've got lumbered with the worst party available. I picked the wrong ticket off the bulletin board at the game shop, and now I'm stuck with these morons.
Let me see if I can recount them as I summarize them to my party. I am darkness, I am the knight, the cleric. Magical crackhead.
You have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Cornrow demon. New Zealand the woman. It's either New Zealand or Australia. I can't really tie down the Kiwi accent, but I can tell for a fact the voice actress is Kiwi. Her entire
Which one's that one?
Karlak.
Red bitch?
I've seen a real cool cosplay of her. I just know a lot of my friends are down bad for the vampire. Vampire, I don't know what the fuck he is.
Which brings
if someone is simping for Asterion back to the sea with you, you join all the Shah bitches. Like, come on now, come on. Look, I've never seen that. All the bitches who worship Shah, like Shadowheart, back in the sea with the rest of the single-celled organisms. You bunch of assholes.
Which brings us to
go back to you can breathe through your nose.
Which brings us to the pale twink.
The only good thing about that character is that if you kick him in the balls in one of his like romance options, he leaves the party permanently. Like he just straight up nopes out. He gets kicked in the balls so hard he leaves.
That's funny. That's funny. Let's see here. Bear, gay, horny twink, the druid, and Sundere, alien coochie. Everybody?
Do you have any idea how little that narrows down? Oh wait, no, the fucking Gith.
Yes.
The Githyanki.
I think this is the first CRPG where I've actually seen a Githyanki character.
Yeah, there's a good reason for that. The Githyanki are the worst race in all of Forgotten Realms, I'm not lying. I would rather pal around with the Illithids.
I suspect that the Illithid that I met in the Underdark is supposed to be a permanent companion. He felt like a permanent companion. Because I have noticed that there are...
Why was he extra as fuck as well?
I mean, not so much. It's like, oh, a bad guy, but he's a good guy, actually. He doesn't eat people, just like Asterion says he doesn't eat people when he tries.
That's bullshit. Asterion eats a bunch of people.
But I'm noticing that there are, like, empty spaces in the camp that fit just right enough as, like, this is clearly where somebody's supposed to be. This feels empty, but you'll figure it out eventually. Oh, and I also forgot. Boney T. Withers.
I've heard the Deus Vult crowd get really angry because, like, oh, a lich just shows up to your camp at one point and he's like, can you leave? And he's like, no. It's like, well, fantastic. That's my character, like, derailed. Because this big skeletal fuck is here and I can't get rid of him. He's like a bad fucking rash.
Exactly. Which brings me to the best character, who is also the most, I don't know why they put this character here, Boney T. Withers. I remember Boney T. Withers.
Ah, lich with a B.
I'm not against Boney Grandpa, but what confuses me is in the place where you find him. because it's also the area where you will first need use of trap disarms, and you don't have any. Even Asterion comes with like a couple in like where you find him, but you don't find any trap disarms until you get further into, I guess, the Grove. Whether you steal one, you find one, or you buy one. His particular section of the, I guess it was the shrine? This abandoned temple where he's sealed off in the back room. I was able to discover, first through, oh, I pressed the button and suddenly I'm being attacked by skeletons. And then through trying to loot it as he's there, he talks to you from inside of the sarcophagus. And he taunts you, telling you to go kill the skeletons before you talk to him. And then he asks you that question about the value of life, and then literally fucks off. And you don't know where he's going to show up until he shows up in your camp. And he's like, hey, if you want to hire some people, you can pay me. I'll also revive your party if you pay me.
I don't know why they made that guy a lich. They could have made him a mercane and had none of the angry paladins on their case. Like, mercanes do exactly that. They show up, sell you a bunch of shit, and fuck off. But no one remembers that the mercanes exist.
I thought it was hilarious that he just asked you that question. It's actually hilarious. This happens multiple times in the game. Especially with people who it's like, hey, you have information that I'd like to ask you. Can you not walk away from me when I'm not done exhausting your questions?
He's just sprinting into the middle distance like Rain Spider from Desert Park.
Yes.
So you could have just stuck around, asshole.
It's like, I've chosen this path dialogue. It's like, I've locked you out of all the other choices. But wouldn't you like to know about the reason why I'm here? No, I don't. I've been annoyed by you, and now I don't want to talk to you, which, honestly, same. But at the same time,
the retort to that should be, if I acted like that, I wouldn't have any of these fuckers left.
It's like, can't you give me more information about this shit? Don't you want me to succeed on this mission goal? No, you look capable.
Are you going to explain to me why there's so many fucking tieflings in this country?
That's another thing.
Why there's so many fucking tieflings?
That's another thing. I understand, and I actually remember very vividly the Elturel dissension into the Hells. However, when I started encountering tieflings, I started taking note of their hairstyles, and I just imagined them as a human. There are lots of character designs that are very clearly the Saints Row, like, promotional art black woman with red skin. And that made me uncomfortable. Somebody in my chat told me, there's a reason for that, Carl, and they never elaborated. And now I'm scared.
It's probably the same character designers.
Maybe.
There's a lot of overflow. Hey, I'll be right back.
This game physically hurts my brain, just like every other game that physically hurts my brain. There's so much. There's so much to complain about. There's so much that needs to be fixed. I don't think anyone's gonna fix it, because now that I've gotten my hands on this game, it annoys me even more how many people are talking about the sex. Like, you guys are so... I think they coped themselves. I think what they did is they coped themselves. They coped themselves into ignoring the bugs and the fucking travesty that is the game rules by just being like, but look, my cute babe.
Yeah, getting ready to start here.
I hate people who are so easy. I hate people who are so easy.
That's unfortunately the majority. Okie dokie.
It didn't have to be like this.
You could have stopped this.
They unironically could have stopped this.
I can't wait to see someone's Solomon Kane playthrough of that game where you just like paladin and rapier build.
Okay, pushing button now. And and we're live.
Cool.
So, about them tieflings, Phil. Why are there so many goddamn tieflings?
Stream starts and I'm already through my glass of wine.
No, it's the 5 minute.
Alright.
Yes,
No. Don't worry, we got 5 minutes on the clock. but my glass is empty.
When you kill your creature, next attack roll be a critical hit. That's nice.
Do you want to steal my glass, Penny?
Do you want me more drunk?
I don't care. Makes no difference to me.
Trust me, no one wants to be DM and dry, sober. You know, DM and dry ain't a good idea. Not groups like we have.
You get annoyed very fast, and then you get pissed off, and then we're like, "Why are you so angry?" And it's like, do I want to start with what you've done this session to piss me off, or how my day was?
Repositioning.
I just tend to forget I'm DMing midway through.
Take my pick.
If I'm too drunk.
Yeah, like where else the tolerance builds up, you get the kind of balance for it. Usually, I just slam back a shot or two, just get my you know, sociability going. That's usually what I need. Same kind of stuff I'd use for a nightcap. Don't start chugging from the bottle, otherwise you end up and next thing you know, people got more loot than they should have.
My entire reward from doing this entire trial was a ring that gives me a guaranteed crit after I kill something. Wow. That's so underwhelming.
It's pretty good, actually.
It is, but it feels so underwhelming.
Crits in 5e are so garbage that it's not worth even stacking for. In Pathfinder, if you crit stack properly, you can obliterate people. It's great.
Sorry, I just got a message from my mom saying, am I gonna get a thank you and I love you for that? Because she sent out documents for me to the German government.
Oh no.
It's turned to your mom, please.
The honest Penny reaction should be like, yes, Mom, you get to be in my will.
Oof.
You get to see your potential grandchildren.
Yikes. I literally have already left the country.
Oh,
Then we might have to like actually arrange and see how things go over New Year's. If she's gonna be coming over.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Yeah.
There is work to do.
Yeah.
It's palpable.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I might have to go to Germany during the winter holidays to a thing.
Maybe. We'll see.
I can at least give them one compliment. The amount of, like, scale of design when the game is on its highest settings, and even maybe its medium settings, looks really nice. I like the detail they decided to put into...
I'm on Windows 7, I ain't blaming that for shit.
I like the fact they put a lot of detail into making sure you could see, like, the beginning of the panty line for Char's statues, so you can tell that she's wearing a leotard. I think that's interesting amount of detail. Unfortunately, it's gonna go overlooked by the majority of people. Even by saying the sentence.
I get screen tearing on YouTube videos now. They stopped supporting my bullshit like a year ago.
I have 1 minute on the clock.
Where?
The library. They made this thing.
Daily reminder that tieflings are more like tieflings are so rampantly common in that game.
Let's get on with it.
Don't touch.
And yet, like, there's only like out of all weapons in the game, there's only like a handful of decent ones.
No, never mind.
Everything else is just trash.
I want to know why they decided to use them so frequently in the first act as a part of the Grove. I understand, like, having, you know, the gnome be a salesperson, and the majority of the tieflings are, like, refugees from Elturel. There is such a small amount of human interaction until you see Harper's.
15 seconds.
I feel
It's
like
okay. I've got a bit for the start of this. I've got a bit for the start of this.
Okay.
Alright, good.
5 seconds.
Assume nothing.
The intro is playing now.
Wits and
And
blades
we
always
should
sharp.
be audible
Looking ahead.
right about now.
So what I posit is that if they do make a Metal Gear Solid film, they should cast a black guy as Liquid and just pronounce it Liquid. I have all the recessive genes. How recessive were they? Extremely.
Oh, that makes more sense. It has to be like very 1970s. They would call everyone brother.
Aren't we half Japanese and half American? Yes, and there's just a pregnant pause between the two of them.
He's Okinawan, all right.
Just the explanation everyone gives. He's Okinawan. Don't worry about it.
Oh my! Hello, everybody.
It's the toasted part of Japan. Not the microwave one.
Toast, bruh.
That's not okay.
Player 2 colors Japan.
No. Bruh.
So they kept losing all the internal conflicts.
Bruh.
I live in Okinawa in Edo period. It's like playing with a Mad Catz controller. Hello everyone!
What we're doing tonight. Common Mark cannot join us tonight as he is in Italy.
He's been kidnapped by the Holy See itself.
Yes, he's been kidnapped by the Holy See. Yeah, so he's not available this week. So, and I am still sick. It's been a week, and I still feel absolutely horrible. And now the thing that's fun is I've started to get a little bit better in terms of, like, I'm not coughing constantly, but now I have absolutely zero energy. Like, so I'm just tired. I went to sleep at 10:30 last night.
Aiden, also well known as a paragon of energetic.
You got hit by the curse of Jeb.
Oh, I know. Yeah, just low energy. My jeans are low and loose, but hopefully, I'm hoping this is just like the end of it, where I need to just get rest, and then it will finally be over, because this has sucked.
As you recall, my cold kind of broke when I slept for 12 hours.
Yeah, apparently Az has been sick too. I'm not surprised. I imagine quite a few people got sick during the London trip.
You heard it here first, folks. Disparu, guilty of bioterrorism.
Why do you blame Disparu for it? Apparently, I think Az blamed Quarter Black Garrett, but...
Don't worry. It's not bioterrorism, it's bioactivism.
Yeah, right?
How typical for they blame the black guy.
That would require bioactivity. There's none in this bloody house.
I didn't even get to say hi to Quarter Black Garrett. I didn't even know he was there till the next day. I feel like such a big ding-dong.
If you run like a life... If you're like a life
No, I know who Quarter Black Garrett is. But I just didn't know he was at the event, because I'm a dingus. Anyway, so... What we're going to do today...
Oh yeah, really bringing that high energy fucking feeling.
I already explained that I am low energy. Bill, you
need to yawn into a bloody microphone.
Agree. I know. I'm trying not to. I'm just tired. Sorry, guys.
I suppose it's the job of the pet black to bring the energy, huh?
No. Bro.
Well, you heard the man, Han, if you would.
My fellow Americans.
My fellow Americans, I will promise you a 12-piece for every single vote and big booty bitches if you ever give me back to the country. Take it from me, an honorable
Michelle, get the drone.
The Industrial Revolution's consequence have been a disaster for the human race.
Also, I hope people just enjoy my erratic way of making a random-ass map. Well,
oh yes, Penny is making a map. Because
what the fuck I'm doing with it?
We should probably explain to the good people what I'm not actually allowed to watch the stream today, because it would be spoilers, technically speaking. As this episode is going to be it's going to be a bit of preparation and a bit of examination of DMing technique, because after the mech game is done, which will probably take 2 sessions tops, we're going to have an episode where myself and maybe 1 or 2 others who will be picked, depending on strong character concepts, to go through a dungeon made by the player team rather than the usual them being put through the ringer by me. So I thought it would be pertinent to show a bit of the behind-the-scenes stuff, or at least very conceptual stuff, so everyone can get kind of a feel for what it's like to DM. Well, how most folk DM, I just kind of wing it, to be honest. Better?
To get a taste of the back end of things. I'm not going to rephrase that. Good.
How Carl of you.
It's a very cursed way of running it again. Let's double down. Let's double down.
What am I to do?
If I double down, they can't call me out about being a bitch. There's no downside.
Just remember what Rich Homie Kwan did. Always be going in.
How many
Be
children
that
does
as
he
it
have?
may, and niche hip hop references aside, we are here today for them to try and plan out a dungeon from a conceptual level through to at least the opening maps. From there, it's just a case of bolting random hog swill onto the main frame.
Carl, I swear to learn this and not repeat this.
So
for the
I'll be sat here
This is
to
actually
give
pretty
if
good for
you
you,
need
Aqua.
advice, or if anyone at home has any Q&A questions about DMing in general.
Just keep going.
I'm technically the most experienced one in the field.
My
At least for this one.
condolences.
Yeah, it do be like that, to be honest. Also means that for the rest of this episode, I get to sit back and just answer info coming my way that I couldn't possibly prepare for. Pre-prep on my side. Good times.
That means you're
and
just
everyone
as prepared as the rest of us.
Means I'm just as prepared as usual.
Excellent. So, I think, yeah, today it will be mainly just doing some brainstorming, just figuring out a general concept to go for, and then I think the nitty-gritty details and execution will be done off-screen, just to keep a bit of novelty.
Yeah, this will throw down like a framework, and then it'll all be like rejigged behind the scenes. So it's that the people who do tag along on the day aren't spoiled by this.
Exactly.
Any mistakes?
I still will not be watching the stream out of respect.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Whatever comes.
I'm also gonna get a quick link of the RPG map editor into the chat if I can actually find a link to it. Oh,
Staying out of sight.
okay. I think I found it and downloaded. Alright. There we go.
You're shilling the RPG maker.
Well, Cafe just asked.
I see.
for
It is pretty good though, so
Been pretty.
I do use it to make all maps.
Fucking Terraria looking ass.
Hey.
Yeah, I guess we should just start by just spitballing some ideas. So, firstly, I was thinking that it would probably be easiest for us to just have it be set in Lycia, roughly.
Yeah, plenty of places kicking around, and we've got maps and resources to hand.
Exactly that, or
everything
like
else
one of
is-
these other miserable surrounding nations like France, or I mean Gaul.
Yeah, all A is called by the Islanders. I should probably relink the LARP wiki that we're pillaging. Lore.
Yeah, I've been meaning to have a look at that for a while, I just can't find it.
Yeah, I've got it here.
Excellent.
But I'm going to post it in general. So everyone can enjoy. And it'll confuse the hell out of my local LARP group.
Wee.
That they like can see that there's like an uptick in views.
Got to press on.
Never a dull
Aiden
moment.
dying.
Sorry. I'll try to mute myself next time. Oof.
Lying on the clock.
I will say I do enjoy that the Merchants Guild motto is still no money, no goods.
Bruh.
So, Merchants Guild, deeds not words, bold but faithful. Merchants Guild, no money, no goods. Fuck off.
Simple as. Australia, fuck off for full. So, I mean, we could also just have it be set in China during 1989, for instance. In a sort of forbidden city.
I would have gone
Everyone has to explore.
I personally would have gone with the Boxer Rebellion for all time's sake. It's good to get a bit of togetherness around, you know?
Time to rest.
Bruh.
Is there something I said?
Although, whose side are you on? Like, the Boxers or the world?
I'm ready.
Yeah, everyone plays as boxers, but they just play as like actual, like professional boxers. So the leader of the group is Mike Tyson.
Mike Typhon.
Mike, again, I reiterate, Mike Typhon would be the most or Mike Typhus, as he would be after the Horus Heresy, would be the most cursed character. Just a man in full Terminator armor with a punch strength of a fucking freight train. Just looks at it like just grabs all the navigators for Mortarian ships and throws them down the stairs. Who did this?
The voice alone would send
Can't
me.
just zone out and not do anything.
No,
Yeah, you actually have to fucking do something now.
Guess what? This whole episode was a trap to get you to actually focus on shit for once, you bunch of ADD morons.
Okay, I have the whole fucking technical side. Suck my cock. Shut the fuck up.
You have an actual excuse. The rest of these motherfuckers, however.
I have the bottle.
Listen, I can do
So do
multiple
I.
things
Oh,
at once.
speaking of, could you hand me the glue line you have?
By this early in the year, degeneracy.
Listen here, mister, I can do multiple things
Listen,
at once.
I've had
I
a
just
few
choose not
weeks.
to.
I've had a few certain weeks. I get my glue line.
I still love that one of the alt names of Glivine, just Glug.
Glug.
But yeah, so I think a good anchoring point here is, what level would you like the dungeon to be geared towards?
Give it 1 second for Han to return to his desk.
Yes, I've returned.
What level do you reckon?
I think between
anything at
3 and 5 would probably be good.
For a one shot,
5 would be decent for a one shot. Means you basically have everything you need.
Yeah, level 1 shots. You're gonna have like a 1 turn one shot because you're gonna get one tap by something by mistake. This is how it is. Like 3, it's gonna be lethal as shit, but you can get there. 5, you can actually have some staying power and some money.
Yeah, and you tend to have most of your bread and butter abilities by then, without the system having kind of fallen apart.
Yeah, 7 is when
it tends to fall apart around 7.
Yeah, 7 is like when after 7's when everything just comes online in general. By level 9, everything is falling apart like a Chinese motorcycle. So, about level 9 is when everything goes to pot because people start being able to warp reality.
Yeah, and combat can best be described as a tug-of-war between a Chinaman and a lathe.
Do we have the Live League logo to hand? Before we get going, I should stress that Han is the token agent of the team, therefore allowed to make
Yes, I get to make those jokes. I'm not going to say which part, because it means I get to make fun of all of them.
Surely based.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Also, because once I finish this map, I will just probably turn to just drawing on the stream, just doodling random bullshit. Probably Mr. Chubbs, well, Mr. Chubbsy Wubsy the Wookie. So.
His final boss is Daniel Bailey. No, the final boss of the boxer game is fucking Yujiro Hanma, and it is not a winnable boss fight.
Final boss, Mr. Daniel Defense. He glows in the dark. You can only kill him with bludgeoning damage from vehicles.
Oh, being an android that runs Temple OS.
That would be fucking nightmarish.
So, like, what you says makes no sense, but you are weirdly efficient.
That's how you get the Men of Iron from 40k.
I still love that they actually got games to run on Temple OS, and because there's no like state mandated security stuff, it runs like fucking Teflon smooth.
Yeah, because it's like 0 background processes that just gunk up the whole system.
Does it pass compliance? Hell no, but it works.
Indeed.
Let's be real here, boys and girls. We're all going to...
asking what limitations: pop forest, spheres, wild magic.
Yeah. Are you running by the usual, just everything's on the table?
I think
or you want
everything's on the table, just no, like, what's the system called again? distinctions and drawbacks. I think like major drawbacks would be fine because you can only have like one of them. But besides that, like everything.
So what you're saying is I can't just become increasingly racist to get more feats to get to take flavors here.
Yeah, like I'm in crippling debt. Therefore, I start out with 10k.
I mean, that's just how banking works.
Minus.
Yeah.
Minus.
Yeah, I think the thing we've learned from previous games is that the distinctions and drawback system kind of make things fall apart. So for the sake of simplicity, probably leave that out.
Yeah.
Besides that, most things should be fine, honestly.
To be completely real with you, I've got a couple of characters lined up depending on who needs what.
Yeah.
Boy, are we going to be trying to run this as low magic, high magic? Like, what neck of the woods? What kind of dungeon are we going for here? Like, are you going for something in a city, or on the coast, or in a swamp? And is it an actual dungeon, or is it something above ground?
Good point.
We are at the very inception. All we know so far is that we're looking for about level 5, so some quite pokey stuff can be turning up.
Mm-hmm.
Not the stock
Do you guys have any suggestions?
Kingmaker.
I have of the system. I just want
That's
Well, I think
this is
we're
just
talking
about
about
You're halfway to DMing already. Just make bullshit up. Roll the dice. Does the dice number make you happy? Yes, it worked.
Funny enough,
Does it make you
the
sad?
map
It doesn't.
I'm like working on was meant for back when City of 7 actually allowed like one-shot GM things. I originally was gonna use that map for that. So take the age for what you will of this map. You can tell I put more effort into the beginning part than what I'm doing now.
Well, I got a setting generator.
Oh yeah, also
use that.
Zamas has asked RP limit and technology scale.
Well, if we're going on the, are we sticking to Lessie or are we moving to an adjacent area? Because, like, if you go down to Razmir, then there's only certain classes you can play safely.
I have to say, I do like the idea of Gold. Of just France, but it's like Bloodborne, so just France.
Why don't we split the difference to go one to the Lycian, like, outskirts isles?
Yeah, sure. We go to definitely not Sark.
Yeah, Sark or even Samson as well, because no one lives in Samson for the most part. There's a reason that everyone who lives there moves.
We go up north.
Yeah, you have to go to Galt and beat the shit out of people until you get decent digs, or you go into the mainland of Lycia and you just play your trade.
Yeah.
The like that one farming family, the Du Samson, are the only ones actually farming there.
That seems
and guess what? The family consists of almost all adventurers. So.
Yeah, I think Baz had a pig farm there until we didn't.
Yeah. The rebellion that was backed by vampires had a lot of really gribbly stuff turning up around that time. So, Sharran, there's a very real chance that any damages to your farm were under very similar circumstances to the damage happening to characters in the RuneQuest game. Giant bat demon at them.
So, to kind of simplify this, what kind of environments are there on the island of Not Sark?
Not something. I think most part, it's the Not Sark. I believe is primarily comprised of like rainforests occupied by lizard men.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right?
That is weird.
You say.
I mean,
yes, sir. Oh, wait,
yeah, we can go for the forest.
Sorry, I stand corrected. That's. I'm thinking of Otak and Orton and Lizard's Retreat. Cirque is, yes, the Night Templar Temple and an orc. Like, yeah, mostly like light forest, some lake areas, and a lot of like orcish quote unquote civilization.
Filled with doctors and engineers.
Need to stay focused.
Filled with some of the great, like the fact that that specifically half-orc barbarians are the most versatile class in the game still is funny to me.
Wait, how come?
Well, there's a rage power for everything. As long as you're angry enough, you can keep just like doing your thing. You're out at sea, a bunch of orc barbarians rage swim onto the sea.
What's that? You want magic? Just play Blood Rager. You're even more versatile at that point.
If you want to play a regular barbarian, just play Primal Rager.
Yeah.
Just be better barbarian.
Honestly, like Forest could still be good. It's very versatile, and well, we already have a sort of map for that being made right now.
Here's a question.
I usually go for Forest, okay?
What kind of forest? Like, are we going? What would be what we're aiming for? Like, are we going for kind of a? We can go for a lot of themes with our parties here. We could go for something like, there's a bunch of bandits living in the woods, or like people who've been exiled, or hell, you could even go for like one of the weird tribes.
Forest.
No, it's very important to note
areas.
That
there are like actually like two houses possibly on the map. Living arrangements. So like maybe people living in the forest.
A nice wholesome Fey forest.
No.
Some
Fey wilds are one thing. There are more dangerous things in the forest than the Fey these days.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Fucking average North American fauna.
And before you trade food again, before you.
Don't worry. If you go down to Mount Pendu in the Wonderwolf lands, you will run into the Wendigo tribes, and there's a lot of them. And the Wendigos are the least of the issues, because there are people higher up the food chain of nightmare forest creatures than Wendigos.
This will do nicely. Let's have a little.
And even skinwalkers are just pretending to be like druids.
Where's that place again?
That's Mount Pendu down at in the southwest.
Let's see.
Or Thornwood. Pay no attention to its proximity to a place called Ruby Ridge. That was incidental. I was not responsible for that.
That could also be a fun option. Just
you could. I will say,
location.
if you go down to Mount Pendu, expect a mortality rate of somewhere in the region of like 95%.
Oh, fun.
On the
might be better to have it be like more at the base, so that there is a level of threat from that, but it's not necessarily ever present.
The major issue is that every area around Mount Pendu is more dangerous than Mount Pendu itself. The Glacier Maze is completely rammed full of horrible glacial undead. The Winterwolf land's full of Winterwolf tribes. The Gile Glacier, last time something there let off a fireball that woke something up that nearly killed the island.
What about Salam?
Salam, let's see.
Which is south of the Fey Forest.
That's Solana, which is, I think that is one of the... Yeah, I think
Solana it says it's a city.
Yeah, it's one of the... I believe Solano is one of the ecclesiastical cities. It's basically where the southern church is.
That sounds fun.
If you turn to the east of there, you have the Webwoods, and then Anvil, which is where the dwarven population is mainly found. Swag Key to the east of that. Tor Arcana was a mage city till it nuked itself by mistake. Crestrum,
as they want to do,
in the middle, about equal on footing with Dreadmarsh, is the current capital. It's sort of like but it's like an adventuring capital. Like they've just refounded it because Portland nuked itself as well. Well, more precisely, a bunch of communists led by vampires were responsible for turning it into, like, magic Chernobyl.
Lol.
And then you just have an old land.
Maybe the point where the Fey Forest meets Mount Pendu could be interesting.
Good work. That's near the Gile Glacier.
Zalmus is asking, will the cursed chat be in play?
Oh yeah, you want
Curse
the
charge.
curse chart's definitely going to be in play. It's a short one. Like what someone all a botch, and then next thing you know, we're all going to be like turned inside out.
Yeah, I don't know if we've done anything yet that's been in like a cold environment, so that might be fun. Different change of pace.
I think that environmental situations are best served for long-term campaigns because then you have to adapt to them. If you're running a one-shot, then you just pack your cold clothes and then you.
Yeah.
Now I'm not doubting that it's.
I was just saying for a change of
in,
pace of environment.
Yeah, true.
If not for having to do like a lot of planning, just a change of scenery.
That's the added bonus that you can just like throw down a completely white snowy background with some hills on it.
True.
But it does limit your options for tiles.
Well, this is why you put it at the edge between the Fae Forest and Mount Pendu, because then you have
Fae
Forest free area and a mountainous region.
That sounds like a good idea.
I mean, the map I'm working on is about 70 to 50 squares.
That'll keep us out of trouble.
Yep.
I've got some positive idea characters just to help set tone. I've got idea of a skirmisher who is basically a would-be bandit king.
Is it the skirmisher class?
Yes. I want to give it a go. I stumbled back upon it and thought, yeah,
it's very fun.
I like the idea of just being able to do a bunch of weirdo effects just based on how much I'm willing to lower my attack roll.
And how you describe it as well.
Yeah. And it's quite normal, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking character all about using short swords specifically. Taking exotic proficiency because of all the really weird fancy short swords. So yeah, we're going
to saying bandit gangs sounds like it would be fun. Plus would give excuses for war crimes.
And it would and if we all die horribly, it wouldn't be big of a loss.
Yep. You could just be exiles from the city of Salam.
Let me just double check where Solana is.
Down south, directly.
Yeah, no more. What's in it? Solus. It is the holy city of the Gold Dragon. Holy shit! Yeah,
is that a bad thing?
The Gold Dragon is the dragon god of goodness and law. It's the Bahamut. But he can get a bit leery at times. There's a long storied history of people in the Gold Dragon Church being some of the most nightmarish people, and especially bloody-minded.
Nah. I'm sure they're fine.
You need to remember, if this is anything like Christianity related, you got to think Jesuit. So really meddlesome, really martially focused. No, and
God,
of course,
you're just survivors from a village that is like
running for the Southern Church.
Yeah. Like the southern branch of the church has reacted to some fucking mountainous incursion with just a complete purge.
Just decided the best person.
Because the best cure to Wendigo fever is death.
Yeah, someone spat in our well, and now everyone has to die by the sword.
Deus Lovot.
We found one flintlock pistol. All of you now need to go into the trees.
Bailiff, slap his nuts.
Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe picking up like just a flintlock pistol as like a sidearm, because my character doesn't have a lot in terms of like armor cracking, so I thought maybe like, yeah, that'll be a good one.
Actually, that would be kind of hilarious. It's kind of you start off kind of like in fucking Conan Exiles, where you're all just fucking crucified.
Always
look on where the stream is on. You wake up.
Fucking Mr. Chubbs.
I want to wake up near a cute sleeping fat frog.
Very well.
Well,
and then I would go and pat him on the head.
You see how he is like, wait, how many squares is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on 3 squares?
Big chub.
Big chub.
After careful consideration, I've decided to stack a bunch of evil curses on the short sword and just give it area, so I can stab everyone at once.
those two chubs is just a placeholder because I tried to find an asset and I've been fooled into the fake transparency. And I've had it up to here.
Happens to us all, fam. None can escape it.
What now?
What can summons the night song?
See, I'm thinking dual wielding skirmisher. Pick up the Grand Luden school, so like you don't have to take any penalties for dual wielding. You get some bleed, yeah. Just do low rent banditry type shit. No, I don't use sneak attack because that kills too many low level characters. I use bleed. I hope someone took the heal skill, otherwise there's about to be a lot of fatalities in this team. But mainly once you drop below 0, technically you can stop the bleed effect by using stabilize. Because they did not delineate between dying bleed and bleed.
Right.
Also, I really want to throw a short sword at someone.
Guessing a good impetus would just be to fucking flee north away from all the purges.
We need to get out of here before shit goes south. Quite literally.
What's that one obscure Hearts of Iron character called again? The Russian one.
I was about to say Tabaritsky.
Yeah.
He's getting real Tabaritsky in here.
Yeah.
So it's a bunch of roving, like, it's like, you say. And instead of checking racial purity, they're checking, like, morality purity.
Yes.
I will say, I'm not really sure the Southern Church is quite this bad. They're just kind of more, Solomon Kane. They're not quite,
Well, this is why you would just shift it to a different timeline when there was someone a bit more firebrand at the helm.
Alternately, it might just be how we perceive them.
Yeah.
So me and a bunch of other idiots running from the law. Which gives you some options. You can now, upon bringing that in, the idea of maybe bounty hunters or lawmen, you can now bring in threats from outside the dungeon into it.
Yes.
You now have the option for outside faction interference, which also means that they can be tricked into fighting other factions within the dungeon by the players.
Yes.
So you're getting hunted by a bounty hunter and cuffs himself to you. Next thing you know, your best friends. Because you've had to fight a fucking chimera together. Whilst chained together at the wrist.
Indeed.
Kimawa. Sorry.
That would be horrible if you throw a false Hydra at them.
Unfortunately, false Hydras become too widespread knowledge.
I know that Mega
And they
has
only
done so. In the last game, I was with him, and he only told us at the end of the game because he had to call it short. And so he only told us afterwards that he had plans of basically the village we saved, made a painting of the party, but there was like an additional party member that none of us remember. It's like, don't like this.
Yeah, problem with the false Hydra is from Goblin Punch. The same guy I took remember the Gore Priest that you fought?
Yeah.
So you fought in the exhibition?
Oh yeah.
That is a class made by that guy, the same guy who made the false Hydra.
The concept is good. It's just it's been killed to shit because so many people just abuse that concept on TikTok.
It was too good to be. It's like how everyone knows about most of the twists and turns and Temple of Elemental Evil and Temple of Doom and not Temple of Doom, fucking Tomb of Horrors. No one's falling for the demon face anymore, except unless you're Nucker. No one's falling for the teleport trap on the front door anymore. And if you go
a few years.
Yeah, you need, there needs to be a cooldown. We need to wait until people forget about that stuff. It's like the Apocalypse
Stone.
Stone.
Generation comes around.
We played through the Apocalypse Stone and actually beat it, which should be unheard of. That should not be possible. But because word got around about certain parts of it, we trounced it. That was the Real Winter Crew.
I still don't understand why they renamed it to the Tomb of Annihilation.
Might be some copyright stuff.
Bro.
Or it might just be to delineate them because everyone was getting sick of let's play Two More Horrors, which edition? Because there's like four different versions of it. Now's the fifth. At least this time we know what we're dealing with.
Also, to answer your question, Zama's, it's a bit late, but tech level, I guess, would just be as is applicable to Lycia.
So guns are a thing, but they're suppressed.
Yes.
As in, they are hard to find. Unless you're in Swag Key, then you can pretty much get them on the street. Yeah.
Also, you're all outlaws, so you could just have them. Because, you know, you're outlaws anyway.
So a very good reason to become an outlaw is to avoid getting killed because you know what guns are.
Actually, that does beg the question. Do people have general knowledge about cannons?
Cannons are well known because they're emplaced weapons, but anything smaller than that is pretty much unheard of. Yeah, they do exist, but it's unheard of.
Right.
I'll put it this way: there was an adventure we had back in the LARP days where flintlocks, like deck sweepers, were brought in, and I believe the majority of the party had to be sworn to secrecy by the government afterwards.
Have a lot on my mind.
Like owning a firearm in Lycia is like grounds to get drafted into the like local like undercover department of police.
You know about guns, son. It's time for you to commit yourself to the will of the people.
Let's see what this does.
Welcome to the Penal Legion. You're going to go.
Congratulations, you're now a criminal informant. Have
pretty
fun.
much. Some of my character got involved in that kind of thing. It's like, some guy tried to cast a spell on me, so I stabbed him. Next thing you know, I'm technically the second in command of a spy operation.
Speaking of which, I was just scrolling a little bit while we were talking, and I found a video of a man dressed in a Harry Potter robe who's singing along to hip-hop lyrics on the subway, and then this guy walked up to him because he was saying the N-word, you know, in the song lyrics. Some guy walks up and just stabs him, and then steals the shit in his bag, including his Harry Potter robe.
If I prove myself
So, it
And then he
seems
took
somewhat
off
related.
his robe and his hat.
No, it's in America.
Oh, I forgot.
I know, that is where you immediately go to, right? Here, I'll post it in general.
Kids at home, you can defend yourself quite effectively with if you get an actual wooden one. It is actually quite effective at dealing with people with knives, but it could be. You could do a lot better in terms of equipment.
I mean, I got a Harry Potter one. It's made out of plastic.
At last.
Sorry, that seems somewhat related though.
Okay. Watching this, the guy said, "You ain't gonna stab me." Okay.
I know. Yes,
You know what?
this man who was stabbed. Right?
What are you gonna do? Stab me?
Yeah.
She asks for a sacrifice. To become a Dark Justicia, one must spill the blood of a Selûnite. The Dark Lady's cadre of elite warriors, the most faithful. There are recesses on the altar that look intended to house something. Another such receptacle already contains.
Alright.
I think the modern day human needs a Hunnic invasion to kind of reset
True.
themselves. They need a factory reset, if you will.
Yeah.
Hypothetically speaking, in Minecraft.
In Minecraft,
Not,
right?
not a factory reset, more of a steel mill reset.
Off and on again.
Nothing's wrong at all.
Well, welcome to a Chinese steel mill, also known as a PvP-enabled zone.
Something more I need to do. There is
Be that as it may. Okay, so this dungeon here, are we going for the conventional below-ground dungeon within the confines of this? Like, are we going for a cave system, or are we going for something above ground that functions as a dungeon?
if I succeed.
Above grounds with small underground elements?
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Makes sense. These kinds of areas, what the glacier movement, you're going to be like having a lot of caves.
I need to get that spear.
Yep, especially if it's like on the verge between like the Fey
Mountains, yeah.
wilds and like mountainous region.
This is a place where you can use deep veins into the wind wild. all warrior. You can even use some cityscape stuff.
Yes.
All the monster manual stuff is on the table for level 5 stuff. Now here's a question: like, do you want how many people do you want on the team? 3, 4, 5? I personally suggested a small team of 3 or 4.
Yeah, 4. I think 4 would be good. Possibly 5. I think generally speaking, like, especially if it's a group of new people, like, you can go with a little bit more, like 5. Because people aren't going to be as honed into one another, so it's going to be a bit more just overall silence.
Issues I find that with a 5-man team, you kind of get more people who just go, "I'll be polite, let someone else speak," and they end up fading into the background.
True.
You want to get 4 people, there's nowhere to hide. You need to be aggressive.
Yeah, 4 would be a good number then.
And we've got particularly efficient people who might be able to fit in a 5th in a pinch, but
yeah.
I'm still dating distracted by those fucking hideous gold high tops. Jesus Christ. Good.
As for the tone, I would say anticipate attrition.
Yeah. We're dealing with playing
for a one shot. You might as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you can afford to kill.
Exactly.
What did you say? Anticipate what? Attrition.
Attrition.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You would say expect people to die frequently.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a situation of prepare several character sheets, or I know how you run your games, Han.
That's specifically for Saucy, where I make him roll a die, like a d6 to see how many characters he gets.
Saucy's an outlier. Moving on.
Yeah.
You can't be tarring everyone with that brush.
Precisely.
From Saucy, be a mad lad, do 8 people, wasn't that hard.
No.
No. As someone who is DN for the 16-man party, no.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah. Like
16 people
the more people,
I
think beyond 4, every person you add is like an order of magnitude of the time it takes for a combat to be resolved.
I think
it just increases exponentially.
Do you want to have a nice, snappy, clean turn? Keep it at 4.
Yeah.
And his question: Are we going with the traditional regular turn, or are we going for the shortened turns for ease? We do have opportunity to experiment with different weird bullshit, so it might be time to wheel out the 1 action per turn rules.
I feel that if you wanted to have a party and you wanted to try and stretch limitations, I think 6 is the maximum number you could ever allow in a campaign, simply because it's going to be hard enough getting 2 to 3 to 4 people together for a game. Getting beyond that is, okay, this is either a one-shot, or these people are going to be extremely punctual, and the threat of missing a campaign is your character is immediately killed. And
I would say more often you have what's called the grey smoke effect, where people fade in and out as they attend and don't.
Yes.
But yeah, that's just at that point you're not using a 8-man team. There's no such thing as an 8-man party. There is a 4-man party and 4 people in limbo. And if those are you just plan around incredibly low punctuality and low availability.
Something I've used in the past is I said, okay, you can have up to 6 people, but you can only have X amount of casters, specifically. You need to have martial classes, because I'm not going to sit and watch you all for an entire turn with whatever Spellslinger or Arcane Knight or Bane Knight or Anti-Paladin you have start stacking spells and have to wait for you to decide you've buffed enough effects, alright, now we'll take our turns.
This is why I've always been a big proponent of, if you could play Paladin, pick up Battle Blessing, then you can just swift action your buff spells.
I've also
encountered kind of a budget war priest.
I've also encountered a very dumb puzzle inside of this area again. It is a puzzle that is effectively find a book. But the problem, Bill, is that it's a book and it wants you to read it so that you can understand the solution of the puzzle. I don't think...
Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do. But the problem is, why do they want?
I don't.
Why do they expect players to read the books in the area like they care about flavor text?
I believe it used to be always the case you could find the solution in the areas. I think it's trying to teach the old methodology, because it used to be that that's what you did.
No time to waste.
And I've been doing that. There's been, I think there's been at least 15 quests that I picked up specifically because I stole somebody's shit, and I'm like, ooh, what does this book say? Ooh, this has an orange border around it. What does this do?
Yeah, you need some kind of marker like this is important.
At the very least,
I do find that if you leave players to their own devices, they will accidentally make up a plot that's more interesting than what you had planned. You just go, okay, yeah, let's go with that. Include chaff. It will generate free like DMing work. Have the players work for you.
Opinions so far on the map.
Looks good.
More details will be added once I have more assets, not just flowers.
Yeah.
Pretty flower.
I would recommend just switching around some of the layout if it's going to be used for the game, but that's just literally a matter of like shifting around the positioning of some walls, so shouldn't.
Yeah.
No biggie.
It sounds like it might be.
It's a quiet sound of someone dying inside.
Yes.
Alternately, just know that most people will not remember it by the time it happens in like a month or so's time.
True. Or the genius trick of mirroring the image, so you can recycle the map.
Oh, true.
As for the actions, I think it's best to leave that open for now, because remains to be seen what works best, I think.
Are we going to be limiting spending or just using wealth by level as usual?
Ooh, good question.
Because a bunch of like brigands might be under-equipped. They might also have made off with some important loot. Are we allowing magical items at all? How deep into their escapade across the countryside do these people actually want to be?
Good point. I think halfway through would be good for a one-shot.
Was that sorry, Han?
Halfway through is kind of good, just pacing-wise, so you just start in the middle of it.
Yeah, media res. The question is, how does that affect our equipment? Like, have we been brigands for a while? Have we been looting the caravans going in and out? In which case, we're probably better equipped. We might have made off.
Oh shit! What if like your starting equipment is just a few rolls from Dungeon?
As long as they're level appropriate, yeah, it probably work. I mean, as someone who is going to be speccing into using short swords, that's great because Dungeon loves short swords.
Yeah.
Little Timmy who specced into guns might be shit out of luck there.
Yeah, though that could always be just simply accommodated as well.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing you pick, and then one basic thing you pick, and then you go from there. Are we going to go with any other restrictions? Are we going to go with racial restrictions? Are we going all humans or non-humans? Like, what are we going with? And how many casters are we wanting? Out of the 4. I'm not going to be playing one, of course, but still. Unless maybe we want to go all. Maybe we do want to go all casters, and I can bring out a druid.
I think it's best to just leave it up to the individuals themselves and to have them like figure it out amongst themselves once like a party has been established.
Yeah, I will say once the team has been picked, I will be picking my character based upon what they want to do.
I think generally speaking, it's best to not lay down too many restrictions and just have the guiding principle of try and stick to a theme.
Never a dull moment.
And just
true.
Yeah.
Outlaws. Brigands and ne'er-do-wells.
I do think a restriction on equipment would be good though, just thematically speaking.
Yeah. Are we picking like a max price on an item, or are we going to go with like a max number? I'm not sure what's more.
I was also thinking like
games.
maximum, like a limit on the starting wealth, maybe.
I'm liking the idea of the donjon rolls being like randomized for it.
Yeah.
What rules exactly?
Donjon is a website that has a lot of random generators for
Oh, okay.
D&D and such.
Also, Cafe just said one-shot idea: Shadow Wizard Gang, only Wizards party.
Shit, Wizard Gang.
I mean,
casting spells.
Multiple wizards, but they have to be
Woman's
with a
Green.
proficiency in a particular school.
that makes sense.
God.
And maybe one Eldritch Knight. What a subclass. in
Probably want to have
Well,
somebody.
if you're going to Eldritch Knight, you might as well go Abjurant Champion. That gives you the Abjuration school. Job done.
Tell you what.
After careful consideration, I've decided to go Beholder Mage.
One good option for just, I guess, the wealth is you have the starting wealth of a heroic NPC, so like around 400 gold, and then beyond that, it's just dungeon loots, see what you get.
Yeah. It's one of those things though, like with Brigand games, there's a lot of options to go with. You could have like, oh, you've been looting a while, so you've got lots of little things. Or you go, you left it in a hurry because you made a big heist, you got one big thing.
Are these rats blocking my way down?
I think it would make more sense to have little things, but it's up to you guys, obviously.
So just have a
Just having
random
one
magic
big
roll.
thing.
There are there are random rollers for magical items beyond the dungeon ones. So the idea of someone ending up like someone's going to end up with nothing but like jars of salve or slippery knives or something equally fucking worthless.
And he can be a Slippery Jimmy.
Lube man.
Lube man, yeah.
But I do like the idea of someone being stuck. Someone ends up stuck with a bunch of basically worthless artwork. So like, oh great, I've got a painting that's worth $3,000 and nothing else. I'm going to beat people to death with a fucking easel.
Let's go.
Start using like the Mona Lisa as a man catcher.
Or you just a disgruntled painter. You could, you know.
It's a
Angry
brigand
Austrian
campaign,
man.
not a political campaign.
What do you mean by my perspective is I'll fuck you?
You put the window behind the staircase, Adolf.
Just beat you to death with the easel.
Of agony.
That's it, I'm going on my crystal night out.
Relish.
Hitler's favourite champagne, Cristal. This pie's gonna end up being a bunch of nightmares.
Joker knocked, even.
I'm lost.
I'm just trying to figure out how I can incorporate the Bazov Brigade into this.
Do not incorporate the Basil Brigade. That becomes like sending in the fucking Rabbit Squadron from like Lobotomy Corp. Send in the Baz Brigade when you want everything to die. Like
What is the Baz Brigade exactly? Besides,
Basil
I'm guessing
Battalion
a
was
bunch
the
of
exhibition match
Oh.
team. A bunch of level 1 commoners more effective than most of the rest of the party.
Yes. Just it reminds me of the art I made for General Bazov a very long time ago.
So,
I still need an excuse to use it.
Zelmez has chimed in. Low on supplies, high on loot and plunder. Would give a reason why a sandwich can cost 10 gold.
That's
true.
That's just Darkest Dungeon 1.
Yes. Unless you've gotten yourself the Dungeon Meshi mod, so now you have the guy who gives you free food every fight. Also, if you have a brigandry party and they're low on food, they're going to eat someone. That's just how it is. And you're in Wendigo country. It's going to be a very powerful campaign after a couple of weeks.
Actually, an explanation for why, like, the Churches Guild has gone full scorched earth could be that there is a conflict going on between the Bazov Battalion and the Churches Guild, and everyone else is just sort of stuck in the middle in that particular area.
Added bonus, the party has stolen something from the church. The Basil Brigade got blamed, and that's what caused this.
Oh, okay. That'd be fun.
And someone in the party has
It's not so
something.
likely that it happened, you know.
And that gives you an excuse to give something like quite pokey to the party, but that could also have downsides. Luckily,
Yeah, you guys have like one very fancy item,
but it's cursed, also cursed to shit, and requires like sacrifices to make it work.
Yeah.
And it should be something really, really ridiculously
Oh, I have something in mind. It's
just a 2x4 with an enchantment on it that instantly kills people. Just a plant.
Is
It's
it
an
sentient?
enchanted
Yeah,
plant and spear.
It's plank.
The fucking toothbrush of pestilence.
Oh, I thought you were saying a 2x4. So I was thinking plank from Ed, Edd and Eddy. Mixed with like
Basically, we've stolen Excalibur from Soul Eater.
True.
Yeah.
That's
So, wow, we stole this. We are poorer for having done so.
Oh, it's somewhere between plank and what's the name of the mask from not Banjo-Kazooie, Crash Bandicoot.
Aku Aku.
Aku Aku, yeah.
Baku.
Oh, yeah.
Baku Baku.
Bill Chickley is shit.
Ooh, that's Vaganda.
Also,
I found the old
saying Payday Heist gone cataclysmic.
I mean, that sounds fun.
God, I forgot about that one. Yeah, I've still got that
We've
artwork on. It's cursed as shit.
Definitely done a heist thing before.
Yes, in early Seraphs, one of Doom's first games was a heist. And I believe we finessed it pretty well. But it was tricksy.
Also,
I mean, heist
sound
sound fun.
Athena for 2.
It's now an official episode. Hooray.
Thank you.
Also,
Nelson.
Carl, your character looks like a goddamn tyranny NPC.
I was able to do her fucking quest line to get her armor, and she looks so fucking stupid. Only thing that makes it match is the adamantine shield. Which was also a stupid boss fight, might I add you.
They finally found it. That mask helmet is the equivalent of wearing the Gucci bucket hat.
Honestly, I feel like the one that they make that's like a half face with the Dark Justiciar mask is pretty dumb too, because it doesn't look like you'd expect a good like face mask to look. And because I chose a dragon character, the way that they made it look on dragon characters, they basically just stretch it across their face.
Yeah.
There's some very interesting physiognomy going on here, because the face mask model is different on every character.
Oh, goodness me, yeah, that's cursed. It looks like the mysterious stranger from the Tales of fucking Mark Twain.
Where are you posting this?
Play chat.
Play chat.
Okay. Oh, I was in general. Oh, wow.
Whoever designed that shit, we need to leave them alone.
Dear Lord.
If you came to my table with a character that looked like this, we'd shoot you and turn you into fucking lampshades.
Dear God, what?
What is this fit? What is wrong with this shit? You're wearing like a South Korean traditional garb. You've got the fucking like calf boots, leather jodhpurs. You've got what appears to it's either you're clipping either part of your leg is clipped into the cloak, or you're wearing like knee-high thermal socks.
But you gotta keep warm. You gotta get your tootsies cozy and toasty.
Well, you see, Bill,
this motherfucker is cold-blooded. He does not give a shit.
Oh right, that's actually true. Never mind.
Well, you see,
now
Bill,
I have no excuse.
This was the Ice Fight robe, which is actually granting that spell of Armor of the Geist. Unfortunately, I'm not happy with these other robes, because there was a Poisoner robe that I got from the Spider Matriarch inside of the Dark, and I liked how it looked. I liked the web theme because it's a poison dragon. So of course I like poison things.
Post it in the general chat or maybe mute channel, just for people to be able to.
So everyone else can see the
the
horrible things.
From Zamas, back on topic, please, from Zamas.
Yeah.
For the people in chat, feel free to give any sort of suggestions or recommendations for things you would like to see challenge-wise, enemy-wise.
Or if you want to raise any questions with either the team or myself. We've all got varying degrees of knowledge.
And this will be one session is what we're planning on, right?
Yes.
Or
pretty much.
Okay. At least so far. If we survive, then maybe more later.
Yeah, there's a chance that, like, due to some, like, timing, it may bleed into being 2, but no more than that.
Aim for 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's just to reiterate. So
The Met game is looking to be about the same, like 1.5, basically.
So, yeah, so if for any suggestions, of course, we're totally open. But yeah, aim for things that, or try to aim for things that we could do theoretically in one or 2 sessions. Not anything that would be like super grand in scale. Like I think doing a heist again would be fun, but I feel like depending on the complexity, that can take a long time. Yeah.
You forget that heist took 2 hours of planning, in which Han was sat in a corner of the room wanting to die.
Yeah.
Yes. That was the start of the Han hates planning episodes.
Yes, I fucking hate planning. Also, the main thing with heists as well as the consequences thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to have it as the backdrop, that would be pretty good, actually, for this. You guys are actively dealing with the consequences of a heist.
So, if it isn't the consequences of our actions coming back to haunt us once again.
Yes, because that's always a good pretext for plot. So I've been running an entire campaign based off of just that alone.
Pure escalation, pure chaos.
Yes.
I'm just gonna look at the chat in case, because you guys don't have to send us chats or anything for this. We're just kind of.
Yeah, I'm also watching it.
This is just a like really open, relaxed night anyway.
I'm just scroll down.
Also, if you have any sort of recommendations that you would like to keep a bit more on the down low, you can always DM me.
Oh yeah.
I'm.
Colremick was suggesting the payday, as in running from one going horribly wrong.
Also, more like the escape missions.
Yeah. So and so you're starting in media res.
Yeah.
If Saucy's there, it's understandable how it failed.
Just whatever you do, don't send them into a clothing shop or a tailor's. Yeah.
I'm going to find my people. You consider your options.
It took people 3 seconds for planning and shopping, no heist.
Just knowing Saucy, the tailor he'd end up going to would be Garrick.
No, he went to a place that had a sweatshop underneath and he bombed the place.
Oh.
Also, he got beat to death by Jontron and Drag.
I did remember hearing about that part.
It would be like that sometimes.
Yep.
I hate when that happens.
Here's my character concept. Here's my full-on character concept. Just straight up, just the Brigand Raider from Darkest Dungeon. I've got the big dumb metal face mask. I've got a bunch of short swords. That's all I got. Short swords and daggers.
Oh yeah.
I'm running like hell buggers. Me and the boys just knocked over some mage's shop, and now all hell is kicking off.
And that could be fun.
Yes, you guys have actively triggered a war.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Well, I think we've done that before in a campaign.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I'm gonna say, yeah.
What would be the last? Apparently, Cafe was not aware of the Jontron incident and is now laughing at Saucy.
Trust your secrets to the night.
Any monsters to avoid to keep the game from becoming a cringe waste of time?
Can I add cow?
Succubi.
Succubi, yeah. Avoid any kind of weirdo. Any demon that any temptation demon that is not like just greed, because one, most players don't give a shit about like thottery. If you can just use it like discreetly. Just use it like a simple like, oh, you run off with the barmaid, and the next morning you wake up with a few levels fewer. Be discreet with such things. You can have badly made monsters in discreet uses. I don't like to overuse of mimics as a rule, because it breeds. It's like using too many illusions.
You feel your
Yeah. Also,
I feel like it also just makes people mad.
The actual effect of adding mimics is that it slows down the pace massively in the long run.
Well, people
will be extremely distrustful of everything.
Yeah, particularly if we know ahead of time. Yeah.
Take my spear, step forward, and strike down the Selûnite.
As you command, Nightsinger.
Now go. Warm my blade with moon-crazed blood. And be wary of your companion. She pries in your thoughts.
That wasn't for you to hear. It's simple. My Lady Shah demands a sacrifice. One life. Not that it matters, but her reward aligns with your own interests. Just remember what I said. Let me do what I need to.
Your party is gathered.
Oh, we're not going to send in your fucking beta source so you can fuck off.
I'm trying to think what other hot, like, bad creatures there are to really think of. I would say swarms can be a real fucking pain in the ass. Swarms which should also.
Oh yeah.
You want to make sure the party has something that can actually defeat it. You want to go like rise. You don't want to go with like Kingmaker, where it's like, oh, welcome to the fucking swarm tunnels. I hope you played the alchemist.
Welcome to the rice fields, mother.
Zamus is asking Shriekers.
What are
And
Shriekers?
Warmack is saying get Mufasa.
Shriekers were the fungi that whenever you show that if they touch light, they just scream and they just aggro everything.
So like a witch and Left for Dead?
Yeah. It's a bit of a pain in the ass.
My Left 4 Dead is nothing but mods, so my witch is just grunty.
Yellow mold is another one. Like a lot of slimes can be a pain in the ass. Shadows should be used very sparingly. There, any incorporeals in general that can self-replicate.
Yeah, I'd say think of something that would be good for a one-shot. So not something that's like a long-standing threat.
You want something that can either attacked and killed or run from smoothly and quickly.
Yeah.
Forest creatures are quite good for that, generally speaking. Look at the humble manticore. It's got lots of options, but it's quite straightforward and it's fast. You can usually get cover from it. I would say another one is in terms of enemy humanoids. There are a couple of things that piss players off more than they actually entertain or include threat. Nets, snipers.
Oh yeah.
Any weapon that's designed to do a big whack of damage all at once.
Saucy saying tentacle plants.
Saucy.
Oh yeah, any grappling creature is a pain in the ass. I know he's just being a degenerate, but unironically, if you run into there's 4 versions of the Hangman's Tree, and no one wants to fight a single one of them.
A good example that I can pull from memory right now from Baldur's Gate, Vine Blights. Anything that has the ability to cause a melee attack to render you to be ensnared, and it has the effect that it can multi-attack you if you are under its effect. Anything that can multi-attack you under any effect, being snared, being prone, being rooted. Missing HP points, not having full HP bars, that's a very dangerous one. Just 1 HP difference, and suddenly instead of taking 9 damage, I'm taking 47 and I'm on the ground bleeding. That's extremely obnoxious.
Yeah, avoid creatures that have weird pounce combos. A big issue with dire tigers and such is that they pounce, so they hit you with 4 attacks that also cause bleed.
Yeah, that's also kind of the main threat of them as well.
Auto knockout poisons are also a bit of a bad manners thing to go for. Anything that requires a party to rely on each other when they clearly are not capable of it, which is 9 times out of 10 in my experience.
Oh, another thing is
not bad manners, yeah.
Stuff that makes party members turn on each other.
Oh god, yeah.
Unless it's extenuating circumstances, let's say, for instance, coat rack is involved.
Where's the coat rack acid? Hold on.
If it's coat rack or sword, some people are naturally born for conflict and enjoy it. Those people are you go right ahead if you got those people in the party who are willing to throw hands with their own party members happily. Though you go for it if you got that level of trust. If it's an ultra really survival oriented game, maybe avoid it because that action economy, especially with a very small party, a mind control effect in a party of 4 is like a death sentence.
Yeah, and a one shot, it just doesn't work well.
Yeah.
Anything to do with Yelenoth, I think I'm pronouncing that god's name correctly. Anything to do with Yelenoth, madness, yeah, that's, maybe don't give people an object that says, hey, you can heal yourself if you keep hitting, because all it takes is one person to get disrupted, slowed, ensnared, prevented from hitting anything, even if it's their own self, especially if it's a rule of you can't hit yourself. Anything to do with that is extremely bad, especially if it's an effect like that. There was a weapon in this game that had that effect, and I tried it out just to see how bad it was going to be, because I read the effect and I'm like, that's horrible. But there was a situation, 1 turn is all it took for Karlach, while raging, and given 4 attacks, to start killing my team, and instead of attacking, she just kept throwing bombs. Oh, extra attack. That's a dangerous thing to give to people, and also have madness in. Because if you...
Luckily, extra attack is not a thing in Pathfinder. It's replaced by the full attack action, which actually eats more of the action economy. Which you can't dual strike.
I find it very scary if you ever enable like the removal of action effect from a party member, and it just so happens to be that that party member is also the alchemist who has a whole bag full of alchemical solutions. Everybody thinks they're based until the alchemist starts bombing your party with alchemist fire and then holds up a satchel charge.
I will say that
Alchemist in peace.
Yeah, if you've got characters like that who are like explosives experts, maybe don't include mind control. Maybe the suggestion spell, but not anything. They're not full bore dominate spells.
Basically, no fucking leaden hyena user.
Yeah, good rule of thumb. If the monster isn't a leaden hyena user, they better have a damn good reason to be. Because fighting leaden hyena users is misery. I say as I roll. I'm not a hyena user. Hey, I'm using short sword to give me a break.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like some options are better left to players than to like the DM.
Yeah, and some things, as long as if you're playing a kind of a doofy concept, you can get more leeway to get away with other things. Yeah.
I feel like if a concept will be used, like madness, it needs to be a very clear, hey, as I'm describing this thing, there's a very clearly necrotic essence coming off the orb in his hand. He makes gestures and then touches the orb, and suddenly somebody's, like, seeing illusions.
Yeah, also madness is one of those things that kind of works better for, like, a long-term game, because there's more of a creeping threat, that or a specifically, like, horror-oriented session.
Madness should not be a thing I roll the dice for, it should be something described.
Yeah.
If someone's going mad or having a madness effect, I'm just describing things differently for them. And it's up to everyone else to delineate between their experience and the characters.
How do you feel about lesser effects like paralysis? Paralysis traps?
Paralysis is so fucking dangerous, it's unreal. Like, if you get paralyzed and your party's not there directly above you, like the diamond formation to save you, you're basically dead. You might as well just make save or die as a thing again. Just cut out the middle there. You have the exact same effect with the save or die, with like a 1-turn onset. Well, think of it this way: if you're like, what's more dangerous to the party who's undead, the person with turning or the person with the mace of disruption? The answer is actually turning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you make a DC 15 fort save or die? Probably make it most of the time. DC's not too high. Are you going to make the will save versus the hyper tuned up turning that's going to hit the whole party? Someone's going to fail. And then they'll hit you the mace. And again, you need to tailor your monsters to the party. The party that's got nothing but 47 bedrolls and a chariot is not going to get very far. If you fight them, if you send them up against a shadow, they can't.
Also, generally speaking, it is fucking obnoxious as hell to build hard counters to the party. That's
if the party's not
one good way
users,
to get.
And you drop a fucking entanglement in the party and they all fail their save, they're gonna hate you.
Now, if everyone chooses to play a wizard, then that's on them if they run into a rushdown build.
Yeah. And they can rush down so many people at once, so
yeah,
it's up to them to react. Besides, after the first time, if you have a rushdown build, maybe include one with a non-lethal stint, like a bounty hunter who wants to take them alive, giving them an opportunity later on to escape. Then, once you demonstrate their weakness to this effect, then you can hit them with the lethal version. That's why quicklings and other like speed fey exist. They exist to highlight a lack of mobility within the party, with an obnoxious, though not necessarily lethal, monster. Foreshadow, show effects and criteria of combat before with the weak creatures we run into boss fights using them.
Yeah, it's good to give people an idea of what they're running into, like a sort of
trap
of what to expect.
If there is a trap, foreshadow it. Show a piece of wreckage or a scratch mark where it's gone off before.
If you're all right by
A noise in the air, like something under tension. Something creaking. Similarly, like if you go with the click rules, be prepared to describe the environment very well. Because if I walk down the corridor and hear a click, I'm going to want to know if there's any weird things to mention about the place. So that what I do is based on those surroundings. The difference between that click killing me and not.
Take care now.
Yeah.
Also, don't use illithids early on. Everyone uses illithids too early. Or if you're going to use them early on, do it like Tower of Latria, where they're like the guards in a place.
I don't think I've seen many campaigns use illithids to good effect. They use them, but it feels, well, kind of like Baldur's Gate 3. I did not expect there to be an illithid plot with this. I've never seen a single part of that in anything about the game. And the fact that that happened...
I mean, it was in the trailer.
I didn't see the trailer, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
This is a side effect of everybody talking about only the sex. But it's very... it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? Not distracting. Not off-putting. It's not immersion-breaking. It's... I guess the only word I can come up with is shocking. Because when you expect to meet an illithid, you're probably maybe level 10, level 15. Because usually when you have an illithid anywhere outside of its usual plane, especially with Githyanki...
Yeah, you think so.
If you see an illithid, it's like, oh, there's no reason that you're going to be here for good, positive reasons. You need to die immediately before you eat my brain.
Illithids are literally incapable of good. They hate their existence is suffering because they're part of a planet time loop, and the only time they feel something approaching even ease of joy is when they eat brains. They are not the victims of their physiognomy, they're just pricks. And they're drug addicts.
Wait, so if they so if they do good on accident, that wouldn't cause pain or something, right?
No, they're just malevolent. They're not demons. They're just malevolent aberrations.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of thought they were.
They are mutated into those illithid things because they are bonded with neophilids, tadpoles, and originally they were more human-like. But when they travel back in time to prevent the downfall of their civilization, and accidentally caused the loop, caused it.
Oh, time travel shit.
They're here from the future. That's
I
why illithids are the way they are.
I've definitely heard that before, but
it's why I was confused when I met the illithid that seems like he's like party member material. Like, why are you helping me?
I believe there is a party member illithid. Seen pictures of him.
I mean, I didn't see that because I looked up like the romance options when everyone was talking about the. You're right, Carl. It's like most of what I heard about the game too was the. But to be fair, I was interested in that because I had just finished Mass Effect, and then I finished
Dragon Age.
No, I was thinking about replaying Dragon Age, but no, I had just then finished Cyberpunk, and I was like, which game should I play? Because I do really like having a romance option in a game, and I thought the romance options in Cyberpunk were pretty good, to be honest. I like the way they handled it.
Any aquatic monsters, to return to the question at hand, everyone hates fighting them. Fighting underwater is absolute fucking suffering.
It's one of those things that's best left to like a specific campaign. Because
let's face it, what weapon is a piercing weapon is actually any good? Rapier, that's about it. maybe a lance.
But also, it's a really easy way to die, and then you have to calculate like how much air you have and stuff.
Yeah, no one wants
need
to
to
do
get
air
dragged underwater.
calculation. No one wants to do the swimming checks.
Also, from Zalmas, Zalmas has mentioned both the Disenchanter and Coffer corpses.
Oh yeah, disenchanters who eat your gear, rust monsters as well.
He posted a book, like pictures of a book he dug out in the general chat.
Speaking of monsters that eat your weapons, how do you feel about mimics and Ochre jellies dissolving your equipment?
If I just absolutely despise any kind of like, if you don't have something that dissolves equipment, you're gonna have to fucking foreshadow that shit hard.
Yeah, there should be like some indication that that's what it does and that's the threat
Like,
it poses.
if you're gonna have rust monsters,
Take care now.
they either need to take a turn to reveal themselves and let the party react, or you want to have other items around that are rusted through to show.
Yeah, like environmental cues.
Yeah,
Didn't
environmental.
you have the thing of a rust monster where like the further you got into the area of the actual rust monster, things got more rusted?
It was a worse version of a rust monster. It was a devastation creature.
Oh no, there's a worse version of that. Rust dragon. Is your weapon below a certain plus number? Insta dust.
Bruh.
Some DM, I remember having a mid-level campaign, someone like signed at level 14 or so, and they said, okay, just have you're allowed one undead up to level 30, up to CR 13. A Great Worm Rust Dragon is a CR 26, and making a dragon a zombie halves its CR. So in walks me with my pet Great Worm zombie Rust Dragon.
Welcome
It was
back.
impervious to harm. Always check the fine print with things you let your players do.
I feel sometimes
That's funny.
undead should definitely not lower the challenge rating, but should increase it.
Yeah, being undead is a massive force multiplier.
It's kind of
If you go with the shield-based school, like I think it's called the Holy Mountain style, that gives you a bunch of resistances based on your shield. And you play an undead, you're basically impervious.
because most people would think, the upside of the undead being really hard to kill is that, in the case of the physical undead, zombies are just, well, your body's broken into pieces. You might still be alive, but you're also disarmed, literally. In the case of spectral undead, like my character, usually, I'm not sure how they do it for player characters, but usually for monsters, if they're not fully discorporated and dead, they're going to be like, they're not on this plane. You didn't kill them, you just severely weakened them, and then they retreated.
Yeah.
Give it about
Next
8
thing you know,
hours and
it's
they'll
like-
be back.
It's like fighting 40k demons. Like, oh, great. In order to physically harm someone like Fulgrim, you need to psychologically body him so hard he cripples himself.
Mm-hmm. And then when you start getting
Doable, but it's hard.
Then when you start getting to the realm of things like undead dragons, generally undead liches in a plane of their domain, and you have no understanding or knowledge of their phylactery. Any undead creature that's being piloted by somebody else controlling it, and you don't have an effect that's able to affect the undead and the person puppeteering them.
Yeah. So this is why things start falling apart after like level 7, generally speaking.
Especially with necromancers in the team. Next thing you know,
Because it tends to kind of just devolve into like hijinks specific bullshit of like, oh, if you don't like pull out this specific pube on a scrotum, he won't die.
Which is why a good rule of thumb is with DMing, if something feels like it hasn't taken enough damage or hasn't lasted long enough, just make it do so. Like it's not like have a big dramatic flourish of some kind, but have it still be around for a couple more turns. You know?
Yeah.
No one's really gonna mind that they didn't one tap the boss. I've made characters who were spec towards one tapping bosses, and guess what? It's more perfunctory than anything else. But I got that. But I got old massive white dragon. I don't mean WHITE. I mean WIGHT.
Oh fuck!
And then next thing you know, I've got a bunch of angry people in my DMs like, "Why did you do this?" And my response was, "Lamau.
I think
those asshole. My slaves now."
I think the undead dragon is just such a, oh my god, feature when it comes to DMing. Especially when you create a creature and it's like, hey, do you have a necromancer in your party? Do you dislike humans too? Do you also have some form of either mind reading or speaking to a particular type of dragon? Can you speak their language? Congratulations! You now have a friend! When you walk back to town, they're immediately going to turn their weapons on you, because they assume that you've made an unholy deal. And even then, it's like, okay, there's this one person in the campaign. They have access to a dragon. This dragon is friendly, and it likes to talk to people. But if you do anything wrong, and the dragon senses it, out of nowhere you're gonna feel a cold hand on the back of your neck. All of a sudden, you're now an undead creature. Congratulations! You have not passed the vibe check.
Undead are such a precarious thing to include. I don't mind undead, but a lot of people really fucking hate having them around. I will say that necromancers past a certain threshold become a problem because they start realizing that they can magic jar out of their bodies and modify their own body with necromancy. Yep, and it becomes a horrible recursive loop of making yourself really physically strong.
Something I want to see in a campaign, like maybe 3 times maximum, is a church that is unified between teachings of the light, teachings of necromancy, and teachings of Mistra, and all of them have come to an understanding of, okay, if anything ever goes down, we're all going to blast each other and we're not going to ask questions in the future.
Mutually assured destruction.
Unironically, how the church works in Lycia is the neutral good and evil sides of laws going, okay, we're all going to play it cool. And then once this is over, then we'll have problems.
Because I feel like the best thing about the idea of necromancy is if you're going to have necromancy, it's a neutral plane of general moral ambiguity. It doesn't mean that, yes, the necromancer, clearly he intends on becoming a lich. It's like, no, I kind of like try to do this to bring my wife back, and she's a ghost in my head now, but I use it to, defend the people of the towns and whatnot. Kind of want to expand the protection of the region, and to do that, I need to talk to the church, but they don't like people like me. Realistically,
yeah, it's nice to make them more grounded in the setting rather than just evil mustache twirling fucking man.
True.
All around.
This is just like demonology.
Well, that mustache twirling can be fun occasionally.
I mean, occasionally you can have you can have somebody who starts out as a cleric of one type, and then because they practice or they learn things about how a true necromancer is, even the knowledge of it makes them so-called fall in either the eyes of their order or the eyes of the god. But really with demonology, if you can have good people use bad deals, and you can have bad people make good deals with gods, you realistically should come to a place where necromancy should be seen as a talented art, and people who are good practiced users of that art will understand the difference between, hey, I'm gonna raise an undead horde to rear a city like Baldur's Gate, or hey, we happen to have a skilled necromancer on hand that helps us be able to, get answers out of our enemies. We use it to interrogate people. Put him in a soul jar, then stick him inside of a worm, then torture him. See if he doesn't like being outside of his body for a bit.
Well, the necromancy, operative necromancy, he would be kill him and then go up to his body and cast Speak with Dead, so he can't lie.
I've always liked the idea of like the really mundane necromancer who just runs like a sweatshop or something.
My favorite is what's hang on, let me double check what it was called, because there is someone designed a undead logic gate computer.
Wait, what?
With enough necromancy, because you can set undead to take specific rules, like if you see this, do this.
Mm-hmm.
So you just set them all like if this criteria is met, you basically just make it into a bunch of if statements.
Oh yeah. Oh, I get it. Okay.
Making that work is a lot more effort than people might think, because it requires understanding not just computer logic, but also the circumstance of what happens if a creature doesn't follow a command. Kind of like playing with death note rules on death. If I create a zombie and I tell this zombie, when somebody approaches the gate, yell, they're approaching the gate, and then another zombie, when you hear a zombie say they're approaching the gate, you walk up and you ask them, do you believe in this god? What is your philosophies on the undead? And they give anything that is an answer other than, oh, alright. or I've come on official business under the demands of insert guild name, important name, figure name here, or I specifically have permission from your master to walk past here without question, and that's because they see a symbol. Eventually, what will happen is a part of the logic gate will break down, and basically, somebody's gonna attack somebody, and then the base primordial answer to all of the undead is, we're being attacked, assume defensive formation. And then, because little Timmy came around with paper, and he's like, I wanted to give the nice friendly lich his morning paper, and one of the zombies wasn't told that little Timmy has permission to come here, so then little Timmy is a ghoul, and now his paddling father wants to have a stern word with us.
Yeah, this is where logic gate undead best work in a demi-plane.
Yeah, ironically they do suggest you put it in a demi-plane to be safe. It was called Deep Rot.
I think the best place you could actually have an undead gate is somewhere in the Hells. Because who's going to get threatened by an undead in the Hells? We have infernal magic around here.
Thankfully, Vecna butt-fucked the planes almost inside out, so a lot of people are going to get threatened by the presence of undead in the underworld. Because it means that something's about to kick off. It's the strangest thing. Ever since Vecna broke out of Ravenloft and on his way bursting out of the anus of reality, pulled out all the intestines with it.
Bill, found some art you might like for your character. I'll post it in players chat.
You got a problem with the character sheet I put together as a placeholder?
Not particularly. I just find
placeholder Pete the beater and me.
Is this a strong child? What is this?
That's a lava child. Oh, that's a lava child. The one that looks like Christian. That's sort of from his own eyes. Yeah, lava children are really cursed, and they get more cursed the more the editions grow along. Originally, yeah, they just look kind of like if Christian. It looked like if Christian was played by
horrifying.
like. You remember when Carrot Top got really buff? It's kind of like that.
I remember that phase. That was terrifying. This is also terrifying, but more because my first question was, why is his hand bigger than the other one?
It'd be like that. The 5e version is not better.
Just look at it, it's so goofy.
This is what they look like now. It is very unsettling.
It looks like a clown had a child, and the child was born with a clown nose and red hair.
Yeah, it looks like the doll from Chucky got hit by a fucking flesh crafter.
It's so goofy.
The Pathfinder version's even worse.
It unironically looks like Sweet Tooth.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's not okay. Someone's gonna have nightmares about that. Regardless, back on the topic of the undead. I don't like how it has been pigeonholed necromancy equals undead. And on top of wanting to see more collaboration between different schools of magic, basically learn how to combo necromancy techniques into their casting, I would like there to be like a good necromancy cult. And it has to be a cult, because who else is going to study necromancy to the point that they make it a facet of society, where they basically have mastered the elements of bringing people back from the dead, not full vivification, like not full resurrection and vivification, but more like, yeah, you guys sent us corpses from the most recent battle, and now we have at least 500 trained workers that are ready to replace people in the city, so that, you no longer need to worry about labor. The Merchants Guild's going to have better protection for the trade routes, you're going to have better people upkeeping the necessary systems and functions, so now the people and the citizens of the city can now be able to go after their desires and their personal goals. They can still work with them. They can become a member of a particular Merchants Guild and then learn to work with the necromancy part of the guild, upkeeping relations between them and doing the politics of it. All of those things usually get cut off because not many people will go into thinking about necromancy as like a long-standing part of the campaign. And yes, this is something I've thought about for my character, but it's always about maybe around, I'd say, 10th level, where any question of necromancy basically is stamped down because, surprise, surprise, the inner city and upper echelons are also making use of this technology and magic, but they don't talk about it. Which I always feel should immediately result in them being ousted as hypocrites and removed from power, if not executed, and then people learning, okay, so what actually should we do with necromancy? Like, should we put them in a soul jar?
The issue being now in most D&D settings, they specify that necromancy causes background radiation that destroys soil quality and renders massive tracts of land uninhabitable.
That I would get, which is why you would probably have them out of the way. They do all of their necromancy in one place, in one site that's basically has been the opposite of consecration is desecrated.
Desecration,
that has been specifically desecrated to be the ritual site for which the necromancy is done, but they live somewhere else entirely. So they commute to where they do the work, and then they send the result of the work to go be used and exploited for all its benefit in the city. And the morality issue would be, well, you see, these people were criminals, and we made it very clear, no longer do we put people in the pillory. If you do a crime against the nation and or our gods that we deem necessary, we're going to make you into a zombie. And then you're going to replace the person you killed.
I will say, having dealt with civilizations and games that were horrible necrarchies, they don't tend to last past the first instance of a Radiant 7 or Pale or similar specialist cleric. The power of the gods over the undead is so great that maintaining an undead staff is very difficult in the face of any kind of incursion.
It's one of those things where like the entire power structure of a society would have to be in support of it.
Yeah. Necrarchies are mainly they are in Pathfinder. Ustalav is technically one.
Isn't it also like in Egypt or somewhere in that region?
No, they are not a necrarchy. They just happen to have a bunch of very powerful undead pharaohs. They're not ruled by.
I thought like north of the Mana Wastes.
Oh, Geb, yeah, Geb is.
Oh yeah,
Geb and Nyx are both undead necrarchies. To be fair, one of the undead that in that case is the Lich of the champion of Aradin, so a demigod in her own right. Good rule of thumb: you can become a necrarchy when you can back it up. See what the other nation doing weird shit.
This sounds less like advice for D&D and more about politics.
Yes, all things.
But unironically, yes. But all things aside, how many gods actually exist that are considered to be part undead, if not wholly undead? I don't think the Dead 3 count, do they?
Vecna is definitely undead. He's a Lich originally. There's a bunch in a good chunk of the evil gods in Pathfinder are undead. Urgathoa, for instance, is definitely undead.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head because it keeps showing me the quest line for them. Mercule, I know he's some type of undead. I don't remember if Bane or Bale are undead.
Is Pharasma undead?
No, Pharasma is not undead. She despises them. She is the psychopomp. She embodies the passage of life and death.
Gotcha.
For Baal and Bane are not undead, though Bane has died previously, but he's come back. He resurrected for his dick back son.
Yes.
Yes.
Bane, Bale,
You're a big guy.
And Mercule are the Dead 3 that made a deal with, I forgot the god's name, who was the original god of all three of their aspects, and the three of them were brought back from mortality to immortality as their particular aspects. Because ironically enough...
This is why I stick to Dragonlance, to be fair.
Which is ironically enough...
you stick that hard.
Which is ironically enough, when it comes to, like, moving from necromancy to characters with faith in anti-paladin or blackguard gods. Bale is an interesting god, which is why I use part of his backstory for my character. Usually, most true believers are like, yes, blood for the blood god, but realistically, Bale induces a madness in a person, a kind of sycophantic, psychotic rage that gives you a feeling of bliss when you commit an act of murder in their name. That leaves you basically... True! That basically leaves you a simp for murder, because you're always chasing the new high. And I feel like there needs to be a set system for when you're running in, not necessarily an evil character, but a very troubled character that very clearly leans on an evil god for their power, but they very clearly have good intentions, and they can control themselves. and even if they don't have the ability to like control them. So it's like, when I do this, you point, I'm gonna do my thing, and then wait about 3 minutes until you come talk to me.
Is that basically a warlock? In a way?
Yeah,
Warlocks, barbarian, yeah.
Yeah, but any kind of well, majority of magic users in some fashion. Conjurers.
I feel like by nature,
It boils down to is like, does your god value sacrifice over sin? And if the answer is yes, you're in the clear. If not, you're fucked.
Mhm.
Erastil will not fucking chide with the idea, quite frankly. Erastil will take one look at you being a heathen asshole, worshipping asshole, and go, "No, don't do that. That's bloody stupid. Do it properly." And then they'll have you shot.
Because I feel like if you're going to have a character running under any type of divinity, whether it be evil, neutral, good, or any of the subtypes in between, a evil character has to be some type of lawful evil. It can be either lawful or neutral evil, but they have to be very specific about how they choose to do actions. Like, yes, I will go kill somebody. However, this doesn't benefit me, and it also doesn't benefit the region. This also doesn't benefit you. This is dumb.
I would rule that I've always been a big fan of alignment as a descriptor, not as a like. People will act in their interests. Let's be real here. It's very easy to align even an evil character. Like, there's different varieties of evil. When you're just like kicking puppies for no reason, it's obviously not going to help anyone. But if
right, it's just pointless.
if my character, who's a alchemist and assassin, is in the party, and whilst you're negotiating, this is actually something that happened to me. Everyone else was negotiating for a bunch of pirates to leave peacefully from a place they had sacked. And my character, who is a doctor and a assassin, whilst this conversation was happening, swam underneath the boat and rigged the thing to explode. So they got out about a couple miles out to sea, and then the boat leapt into the air and sprinkled itself over the clouds like parmesan over a fucking pizza.
I think the alignment system, like, it depends on how egregious it is, right? So, like, if you're a paladin and you're doing obviously evil things, then, you know, we've got an issue. But
it's okay. It depends on the type of evil shit. If you're an assassin,
sure, you're right.
You can get away with that because you're killing. It's killing.
Right. But
I think it's just important not to get too hung up on it either, because it can kind of ruin more nuanced characters as well.
This is just we're basically describing the death of the paladin right now.
I was just like, I think the paladin's some of the best classes you can play, all variations of it. But at the same time, I think that I don't think you should be able to be. You cannot fall by association.
Yeah.
Because it's what,
that's ridiculous.
That's what redemption's for, and what gatekeeping is for. But some of the best roleplay I've seen has been between two characters of opposite alignments. So
yeah, of course.
About it. As long as you're working together and not being pricks about it, or if you are, you're playing it for you're making it work in the confines of the story.
Yeah.
You want to have a duel at dawn, you can, but yeah, keep it civil.
I feel like there's a balance that can be met with the alignment system when it comes to characters that don't necessarily need to pray to a god or abstain to a god's rules for power, but they do it not necessarily for roleplay, but because kind of like my ghost character, they don't pray to the god for power. They just lean on them for their moral guidance, and they try to live by the tenets of said god to earn the favor or forgiveness for their actions in the past. But if time comes to need be, in the sense of, like, for example, I forgot her name, Estrella?
Ashaya.
In time of need for, like, freedom and balance, if a character who usually, like a ghost, has the path of the Dominator and Corruptor, if they're doing something in the name of, like, a greater good, they're doing a personal evil, which would be stealing somebody's freedom and basically making them a puppet. But on the greater hand, it's going to save more lives. It's one of those things where the god's going to look at it and, like, turn their eye blindly and be like, through the fingers of their divine, like, of the divinity, watching from a distance, like, I can't look, but I gotta watch anyways. It's one of those kinds of things where if an anti-paladin who's sworn to Baal is doing murder, but he's doing murder and it benefits somebody who is a rival god to him, like a champion of Tyr, or Tempos. I forget if his proper name is Typhos or Tempos. The storm god that exists in Icewind Dale.
Yeah. Or is it Talos?
I think it's the same god with two different names, but they're the same
There's
thing.
Tempest, there's Talos. Same idea. Storm god.
If you have them do an action that would benefit a opposing faction that worships an opposing god of your tenants, you can't decide as a DM, oh, you have directly cost me something. You're doing shit that doesn't help me because it's helping my enemy more than it's helping myself. I don't think you should make somebody fall for that. Unless it is very clearly that you're doing something to forsake them. Like, fuck you, Bale, I'm gonna go work with the Paladins.
Also, so bring it back to this. You can have a side, in a mission where your god just goes to you. Unfortunately, our actions have led to some side effects. I need to go knock them down a peg whilst we're here. And no more lay on hands refreshers until you do. If your god's evil, you can be a prick about it. But
yeah, there should be something in between, like no consequences and straight up just falling and losing all your class
A complication is simple enough. A god can make requests of you. You should, if you are a paladin, you should have your god make requests of you. It's a two-way street. You don't just get given a bunch of power just so you can tart around the place and cause trouble.
I feel like there's an Sorry.
In your games, Bill, it's very infrequently that you actually have people shift in alignments. Usually there's like pretty good reason for it as well.
It takes an egregious display of evil to get out of it.
Yeah, Bill, you've been actually notoriously lenient about that.
I feel from the DM position.
Such as Bass in the beginning of the game.
Alignment is, and I have the opinion that alignment is, I'm not one of those people like, it's fun to play in alignment, but similarly, it's fun to play a class or a race or a religion, particularly. It's a tool. And I believe that normally alignment is a tool for the player to display to the world who they are on a spiritual level. I do not believe it should be something like having to be twisted around. I would say it's well within the DM's right to call a player out. It's like, you might want to update your alignment after you boil the child or what have you.
Well, it sends a message.
Yes, I'm a big proponent of psychological warfare. I've always been a lot of.
It took away their will to fight immediately.
Yeah. Also, you can do it by trickery, but still.
It's one of those things.
Be that as it may.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel the DM and the player can actually have a very interesting back and forth. Because then, if you have, let's say you have a paladin fall because they did an action that their god disapproved of that was against the tenets of the order, that just basically means that this paladin is a free agent. So, all of a sudden, they start hearing different gods trying to draft them to the team.
Or you stick with one of the fallen paladin archetypes. Vindictive Bastard is an archetype, and it's one of the strongest paladin builds. I should know, I played one. And guess what? You hit like a howitzer.
Because I feel if you don't go the fallen route, that the funniest thing that could happen is that a paladin gets tricked into doing something, and all of a sudden in the middle of his head, he just hears the NFL draft theme start playing. And all of a sudden he gets an opportunity to have a immediate subclass change. Because it gives you a really great opportunity to have an actual hook where in this particular region, there's something that might be of interest to a warlock god, or a magic casting god, or a fortitude god, or
if you've got a god bother on staff, be it evil or good, you should be asking yourself, at what point does the god go, yo, I want that, or go kill that, or fuck that shit up, go burn that. Like when does the god just go, I request this? It's difficult for certain people, like if your character's god is dead, for instance, it's difficult to make requests. I guess that's the trade-off.
Imagine so.
No guidance.
I feel one of the interesting quest lines that I've seen a DM that I had part with teaching do was that they had basically a benign small god get into the head of a anti-paladin and become a vessel for its revival. And all of a sudden now he's got a second class spec that gives him the ability to start casting spells above 5 levels from where he was. all of a sudden in the middle of the campaign, he just decided, yeah, this character, you've been asked to go grab this lamp. This lamp contains a gem. And then the god came out and wished the gem's power into himself. Congratulations, son. You now have the power of a warlock. I looked at him, and I asked him, why? He's like, he said he wanted to cast magic, but he didn't want to change from being a paladin. So I made it work.
And everyone in 5e just goes, that just made him twice as... made him a double version of the meta build.
Still, situations like that don't usually see play. Because, you know, if somebody rolled up with a sheet like that to an Adventurers League table, you'd look at them like, what the fuck a homebrew is this? But at the same time, it would be fun, because the storyline behind it would be great.
I've always enjoyed a good corruption stat, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like how Mark's got vampiric corruption, he's steadily getting worse. Like that kind of stuff. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of, by the way, there's a bunch of other NPCs that have that kind of effect on them, but it's different types.
Speaking of corruption, is there anything inside of Pathfinder or 5e that is better than the bullshit corruption they have going on with Gale? I'm not sure if there's been a archetype that plays around with the concept of arcane hunger in terms of a warlock.
Yeah, in 3.5 there is the Tainted Scholar. And they would have you would have to roll a will save to try and spec out of the class because you become so addicted to evil bullshit.
Is that the one that has leave the class? Is that the one that has the negative for your casting stat, but you get to have another spell slot per take of the option? I think there was something like that when I was building my character.
I've Tainted Scholar from 3.5. It's as I recall, you got different spells that were way more powerful, and you got them a bit faster. And if your taint score was high enough, you actually got more powerful spells. If memory serves, it got quite broken after a while.
What book was it casting off of? The wizard book?
It depends on the base class. Tainted Scholar was just any arcane class you started with, and it gave you progression in the old class.
Oh.
Which, but returning to the matter at hand, in terms of unfortunate monsters that are not great to fight against, just you need to take into mind the terrain you're in. A Hydra in an enclosed space is a death sentence. As is Rain of Winter has this problem where you have to fight 2 frostworms in an enclosed space. Frostworms, when they die, emit a massive shockwave that causes a bunch of damage. And at the level you encountered them at, if both of them went off one after the other, 1, they could trigger each other, and 2, they would pink miss the party instantly.
Wouldn't they be under the effect of Chunky Salsa?
Chunky Salsa's a homebrew rule.
Oh.
It's actually from Shadowrun. I just like it because it makes AoEs more useful.
I once had a DM that made use of real-world concepts of force and quantum mechanics, and there was a time where a character was basically experimenting with force magic to try and encapsulate the power of higher-level spell slots of Chromatic Orb cast on force, which does the highest base. I believe the base level is actually 3 to 24, and then it goes up 1d8 or 1d6 up spell slot. It's trying to put 10th level thunder orbs in a room nearby themselves, but it was an open space, kind of like a library section in like a different wing, just walls filled with them for the use of munitions. But he ruled the system that if you have opposing forces of walls of pressure...
One moment. I don't know why, but OBS is reconnecting right now? Okay, it is reconnected. I apologize for any hiccups.
You are forgiven.
Be technical.
You are forgiven.
That should be fine.
But
Hello again, everybody.
Basically, they made the Chunky Salsa effect rule basically an always-on effect. So if you have one wall of force and another wall of force, and you get sandwiched in between it, you're still going to be underneath it. This person had an Acolyte that accidentally set off 10 of those orbs nearby themselves, and basically got vaporized by the force wall produced by it, because it'd be the exact same principle of getting caught in any kind of like force capable of pushing your organs or moving your skin. which I thought was interesting, but would have very interesting effects upon other spell effects.
I've always been his thing. Like it's what I call like the Goblin Slayer quotient. Like, at what point does the abuse of the spell become more dumb than it is interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Like, in Goblin Slayer, you have like multiple uses of like priestess trapping someone between force walls, or using force walls to block someone's escape from a fire. And in later manga, like light novel chapters, like, oh, I'm going to cast Purify Water on someone's blood.
Ooh.
Because it does not have that caveat like Prestidigitation has.
What did that do?
It forcibly it explodes all your hemoglobin out of your blood and turns into pure water.
Fuck.
Which is why when it happened in light novel, the priestess's god literally goes, no, we are having a word now. I was willing to let it slide when you trap those people in with a protection, but not this. And the spell cuts off like midway through.
It's one of those things that
because everyone is so traumatized, including the god is so traumatized with what they've seen that they just go, ugh.
Yeah, that's one of those immediate fall situations. Like, why did you even think about applying the spell in that way?
No, it's not an immediate fall. Nothing, almost nothing is an immediate fall. It's usually the spell cuts off and you get told, never do that again.
I feel like
there are only a few things where you auto fall, and that stuff like if you're acting with malice rather than ignorance.
Mm-hmm. Like
for instance, like a paladin trying to use poison, for instance, is not a falling thing. If it's a poison that turns out to cause horrific spasms, and it causes way more pain than it was originally thought, then you get a warning. Again, something Goblin Slayer does well is the whole concept of the handout.
Mm-hmm.
A handout is a message directly from your deity that is like some intrinsic knowledge. So you can be in the middle of a situation and you just get a handout. You literally, your god just goes, yo, go here.
Mm.
Any other monsters that people hate?
How do you feel about Gorgons?
You sparingly, they're very fun.
We had basilisks, so I mean...
Basilisks are easier to deal with than Gorgons. Gorgons is the gaze attack thing.
I feel with basilisks, you're gonna have a harder time to justify the use of them, because I think now that there's been multiple fantasy series that have made very interesting use of basilisks. Shoutouts to you, Dark Souls. You never made me feel stupider and sillier about a lizard with giant eyes. There's usually like 3 forms. The most common is, I forget what the subspecies of a Gorgon is called, because I know there's a different type that they're called. I forgot what that subrace is called. You have the Gorgon types, which is gaze, stone. You see them, you get stoned. You have the Basilisk smoky type, where they will do a type of effect. In Dark Souls, it's considered Death Blight. In other games, it'd be considered straight petrification. If you stay inside of a mist of a Basilisk's venom too long, you're going to experience petrification's effects. Whatever gets caught in the cloud is going to get petrified. You're going to need to get some type of Basilisk oil or other magical effect to undo the petrification. And then there's...
I did like the move towards Basilisk blood as a cure for petrification, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I do appreciate, because you used to just be instant death.
And then there's the
long walk home.
And then there's the venom type, where it's the creature doesn't have a gaze effect that is going to petrify you, other than like maybe a terrify or frighten aura that is specific based on vision, which you can get things that can help with that. You know, ways to blind it, ways to magically blind it so that it can't actually use its peripheral senses. But the venom type, where it's you actually need to have the physical liquid that they secrete, whether it be their blood, it be their venom, it be some kind of feature of their extract, guts, organs, the actual venom sac itself, their teeth, as a applicator that applies the magical effect. So, say you get bitten by a basilisk, then the part of your body that has the venom in it starts to circulate it through your body, and either after a specific period of time of incubation for the venom, or as you continue to have it circulated through your blood, you slowly start going under the petrification effect. Those can be very iffy to handle. Because, you know, you throw a Gorgon at somebody, if they don't figure out through environmental storytelling, hey, there's a lot of statues here.
The second someone sees the statue, what jumps to brain is this going to be a Gorgon? Is this going to be Basilisk? What bullshit is this?
Mm-hmm. But I feel like if you're going to have something like, hey, we're going to send adventurers to go collect some Basilisk venom or some Basilisk oil or secretions from a nearby nest, that feels like a adventurer quest that would have a brigand subplot. Because things like that are very powerful, I wouldn't say artifacts, reagents. I don't know how to say the word. Reagents is what I'm going to go with. For making spells. And at that point, you can have somebody go off on what they would have thought was like maybe a bronze, silver star mercantile mission that ends up becoming, hey, we found a guy who's making magical stone bombs. You might want to get somebody on that immediately. Also, can you give us a big reward? Things like that can be an interesting story hook. Because, hey, maybe a party member decides they wanted to go search a nearby creature den to see if they could find any reagents to ump up a spell, or to make a poison, or to make a cure to a poison.
But by the same merit, I would say that I would always put a big proponent for the creatures should not just be waiting around to fight whatever the party is. Mm-hmm. They should be engaged in other bullshit they're doing the day to day.
Yes. I think a good example is like, if you go to an owlbear den, you shouldn't just see a mother or father owlbear just waiting to fight you. You should see maybe some eggs that look like they're about to hatch. And then you get an owlbear hatchling, and maybe a half-finished owlbear egg. But if you stay in the area for too long, the owlbear will come back and will territorially fight you to defend the creature. And if you kill either the parent, then the owlbear cubs will start to feast on the hide of its parents. Things like that would be good. Because, hey, party members like going crazy for pets, don't they, Aiden?
I don't know what you could be talking
Baldur's
about.
Gate 3 and its baby owlbear, they really milk that shit.
I still haven't. Yeah, I've heard that there's something in the works about one of those basilisk babies coming back, but that's not happened yet.
I'm sorry, you've been trapped underground for fucking 3 months.
I know.
Get off my dick.
I wasn't
trying to get you out of there too.
I know. I wasn't blaming anybody. It's just because I don't know what's happening. But I
said an awful lot the blame game, bitch.
By the way, to just quickly get back on topic, have we covered everything so far? Because I believe we've gone over everything pretty extensively.
We've got a rough idea of what we're doing with loot, which is basically just to fuck around and find out.
Yep.
We know at least one party member, roughly. We've got the rules outlined. So what we have is the basis of, with a one shot, if you've got one big map, you're good, pretty much.
Oh, something that actually slipped my mind, because I asked the question, but I never followed up. Do you have any particular quests involved in this campaign that is going to be tiered towards a solution or multiple solutions that will have opportunity and proficiency chances to different types of knowledge checks?
In the words of the Virgin Mary, come again?
So if there's a quest that would have some insight that'd be granted from somebody from a martial class, them getting a proficiency chance or a check bonus towards gleaning that information and giving further context, or something religion-based for religion classes, something intelligence or caster-based for caster classes or subclasses or their checks, and so on, things like that. Did you have any quests in mind that were going to basically be like, hey, it'd be really good if you had a warrior here, or you had a caster here, they could talk more about this? Or somebody who would be good in conversation?
I'm always been the proponent, cater your adventure in all manners to the players involved. If they do not have a caster, like, the knowledges they have should be what you cater towards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you might not I'm the person who allows people to get above a 10 on an untrained skill check for knowledges. Like, I'm saying, if you roll a nat 20, you get some info. But if you get a bunch of important quest information behind a martial knowledge check when no one in the party's a martial, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, especially because at the end of the day, it's kind of about the player's experience.
Yeah.
And while from a thematic standpoint, it might make more sense, it may just be more tedious for the players, which at the end of the day is a negative result.
They should not be going home thinking, "Damn, I wish I had been this class instead," because that just breeds the idea of like, I should retire this character and actually be useful.
Yes, I was
because
going
that's
to.
what you run into.
I was going to advise against that and suggest that an alternative, you think of the fly, and basically, if it would have been something like that, you instead change it to, well, we would have had this, but instead this. So if you had something that would have been like a Arcana check with a specialization for thieves that use magic, instead of having a check based on that and that alone, instead have it be like, we have this weapon here, but we don't understand what it is. Would you like to look at it to try and gain from it? And if you had somebody who's like, say, a peddler, you could have them make it into a situation that's like, that's a really nice item. That item is so rare. Do you know the kingdom this comes from? I'd like to buy this off you. You want to sell this to me? Things like
you
that.
can have like lambent effects. The majority of the magical items I make have some kind of effect that kicks in under certain circumstances, or has some criteria that it has. Like someone who deals in specifically antiques is going to pay a lot more for stuff from the Bronze Age than say people who buy any guns.
I think a good example would be like you have a quest hook about an item, and usually you would have somebody investigate the item and figure out its origins. But if you had somebody with a high enough history check who also had a decent persuasion check, you could have them bullshit a story about, they know where it comes from, they know what it's for, but they bullshit a story assuming that the other person doesn't know about this fantastical place it comes from, and then they try to bargain with them to get them to give them the item, because, oh, that hunk of junk, it used to mean something, but it doesn't mean anything now. Or, man, that item is so important, that belongs in the museum. Can I buy that off you? Something like that, in trade of those kinds of checks, can be extremely powerful. Especially in terms of getting people to be involved with their characters, because skill checks should matter a lot more than just, I investigate a thing, I automatically succeed it, and we're Gucci. I feel making people, not necessarily jump through hoops, but feel like they earned something through having the ability of some obscure skill that otherwise would have been left untouched or unleveled is very rewarding, not just for quest design, but also for character engagement.
I would say that when it comes to skill integration, application is a more important facet to me than simply having it. So, if you've got a specific skill that is related to just this, that is specifically useful for a particular role, using that is good application. Similarly, specifying I'm going to check the bottom of this drawer for a false bottom by knocking. If it's there and would make the noise, you should do so. It's important. Whilst it is nice to have, rewards for investing in certain things, it's generally just how we interact with the world. It's there to bridge gaps between the player and the character.
I agree. It gets very much underused. I've seen a lot of DMs and Adventure League people come up with a solution to a puzzle, and like an old veteran that rolled up a character for the table will invest all the knowledge that they would have had with designing a dungeon, and they figured the puzzle out faster than the person running that particular table would have liked, and they very clearly show their dislike of this by making other checks increasingly harder as a, see? Now you have to enjoy it. And I feel that's dumb. I think that's probably one of the worst ways to make somebody mentally check out.
A DM should be on the side of the players.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Thank you, Bill. I agree with that.
You want to see the players progress. You want to get the shit done. You do not want them to just get waylaid. Like, if you wanted to just kill time and not goal brick, just put in a puzzle. It'll take them 3 hours.
Yeah.
Then you can continue to not interest anyone.
I think an alternative...
Like at that point, just run a game in a fucking office.
True. I think an alternative to that is, instead of making you weren't supposed to do that, kind of like Inscription, if you've played the game. When you get to a certain point in its story where the game believes you should be forced to a reset to continue on, it will throw lines of bears at you to try and kill you. You can get past them if you happen to have a tool that enables you to get through it. I feel what DMs should alter to do, and would be good for here, is if there's a thing that has like an answer, they should be able to come up with the answer, but have scaled to difficulty higher increasing chances, with the potential bonus of a significant boon. if they're able to chain together all 3 successes in a row or with combined use of their application of knowledge. So let's say there's a magical puzzle in a room, and none of the people are necessarily skilled in the arcane, but they are skilled enough and clever enough to understand what the puzzle is. They could work together to succeed the succeeding checks for the object reward. And let's say the reward for passing all the checks is that because you've actually been able to get through this without using any kind of magic to force yourself through, like an arcane lock, the person who placed the puzzle in the room leaves behind like an afterimage apparition that gives you a reward of, in the future, on all checks that involve these skills that you use to solve this puzzle, you will get a +2. I feel something like that is a great reward.
Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I am a fan of like to relate to video games is when you play Total Warhammer, and after you beat a general, you get like some trait. I dislike the trait that achievement feats where you were required to do the achievement and then you get the feat.
You spend the feat.
You still had to spend the feat. Achievement feat should have just been you have done this, you gain this.
Yeah,
that's how I run it. If you get like some of those feats were ridiculous to get. Like it was like 100 crits. For one of them.
Good luck.
Like, and then there's other ones that sees like fall off the location this high and then survive without healing. Like, is anyone out here really wishing they had like the bonuses you get from the achievement feats? They're not that good.
Yeah, overall, I think also when it comes to like solving puzzles, DM should be a bit more generous when it comes to like rewarding successful knowledge checks with clues as well. Like as the DM, it's kind of your responsibility to guide people through.
Yeah,
to an extent, just for time's sake as well, if anything.
Yeah, no one's out here wishing they'd been given a more autistic like slide puzzle.
Yeah, it's like you're not at the SATs. You're fucking playing a game.
I'm not here to take the goddamn GCSE non-verbal communication test. I'm here to play the goddamn game and murder some things and take their shit. If I'm an adventurer and I rock up and I find look, let's look at the example of the dungeon traps genre. Let's look at Indiana Jones. Jehovah written on the floor as the safe spaces.
Mm-hmm.
But it's spelled differently in the Greek and like Hebrew alphabets.
Yes, the whole.
That's a good use of a religion check.
Mm-hmm.
Like making everyone else, like making people jump through hoops of dumb shit. Like,
I feel
if you want to have a puzzle, instead of maybe think to yourself, how can I make this a more? Well, how can I make this tie into the dungeon more than just like some ridiculous idea that someone had?
Also, if you make a puzzle, make it something tangible.
Yeah.
And not like, oh, I'm gonna have to fucking jump through 3 hoops in a row and fucking do a 360.
Yeah, let me get the Goblin Punch page for it, but I would say that puzzles should be used very sparingly.
Yeah. Generally speaking, dilemmas work way better than puzzles as well, I find.
Okay, I've got the list of old school Renaissance style challenges. You should not be thinking in puzzles. You should be thinking in challenges. Okay.
Let's move.
Some of these examples are a bit rough, but there is a tiny octopus in your stomach and it's biting you. Resolve the situation.
Rip out stomach.
Try and figure out what kills an
Wait.
octopus.
Digest.
Yeah, actually, drink carbonated water to increase the acidity of your stomach contents.
Drink mercury.
Or those are like, this treasure chest only opens if it falls at least 1,000 feet vertically.
Excuse me?
A strong giant could break it open with a hammer of some kind. Inside Zematic of the Titans.
No.
So, okay, how do we open this chest? It only opens if it falls 1,000 feet vertically downwards.
Yes, let me just do that real quick.
Now, for some classes, it's easier. Like maybe you want to take it to the top of a cliff. Maybe you want to use a catapult. Just launch it.
Yep. Or dimension door.
Some other examples. In the Chamber of the Turtle, every turn you can move only half as far as you moved last turn.
Huh?
So if you move 30 feet on the first turn, you only move 15 feet on the second, and 7.5 on the third.
So
That's dumb.
just
So we
don't
have
move.
To do a
And
running start.
No, because then you don't move, then you move 0. That means
so you have to move.
you
Right.
have to move your full speed and hope for the best.
Wait, could you just do a running
But you can't divide by 0.
I feel like a room like that has a lot of potential, but it has to be very clearly defined, because if it's going to be a challenge type situation, do you want it to be a challenge where death or worse effects are possible? Or do you want there to be like an arcane boundary?
Die. Just player death, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Or this another example one. At the bottom of of a lake of acid is a key. How do you get it? There's a lot of ways to solve that one.
Don't die.
Alright.
Sorry. The way the cough was cut off. I'm alright. Dies. Cuts off.
No, it's just been going on for a week, so it's like, ugh. Not so cool. Every day I'm growing stronger.
Yes, but I do think it might be good to wrap up.
Yes. I believe you've covered everything, and
Yes, my brain is
we're getting a
too
little
empty
tired.
to continue the
So,
map.
Let's summarize if we would.
Yes.
Okay, so the adventure is. Arl, you take it away.
Alright, so, as a result of a rather daring but successful heist, the intrepid adventurers have inadvertently caused a war between the Bazov Brigade and the southern branch of the Churches Guild, causing a lot of, shall we say, scorched earth tactics, forcing them to not only have to evade any sort of bounty hunters and active pursuance, but also cope with rather desolate, war-torn landscape through the Feywilds and across the glaciers.
Sounds like a plan. And we'll have to be doing it
Sounds fun.
with just the clothes on our back and the equipment we stole.
Indeed.
So, with that said, any closing statements from our team?
Oh, I think for the viewers, if you are wanting to partake in this, feel free to let us know. Give us your character concept and all that. And I think we shall get back to you on that.
Oh, right. Yeah, is this going to be with the main cast, or is this for viewers?
Maincast will be DMing. It's you guys.
Okay.
Yes.
And we'll have a team, including myself, as the B team here.
Party leader?
Yes. I think in the next week we'll try and get some more like specifics, such as the character generals, etc., kind of fleshed out.
Yeah.
And we'll post it in Rolling the Owls.
Wait, let me try to make this very clear so that people like me who are slow can understand. So the idea is that we'll have a regular episode next week, right? Or no?
Yes, there'll be several episodes still of this. At least one more of before the arc wraps up. Then there'll be Black Sunshine, which will probably be one or two episodes, and then there'll be this. There may be a break or so, a week or so in between these.
Okay, and then so this will be again. So if you want to participate in this proposed 1 or 2 off that we're talking about here tonight, right?
Yep.
Then you should go to the Rolling in the Isles Discord, which Nelthina has linked. Thank you, Nelthina. Let me.
I thought it's the Broken Crown Discord.
Oh, it's a Broken Crown Discord.
Dun, dun.
Let me. Bum 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 bum. Okay, let me put the link to the Rolling in the Isles Discord. Invite. All right, here's a link to the Rolling in the Isles Discord. Do we have a? Do you know if we have a thing open for this new potential game, or should we make a room for it or something? I don't know. What do you guys think?
We'll see. Either it'll go in the suggestions section, or we'll make.
Yeah, just talking.
Yeah, we'll probably put some sort of an announcement for it in general.
Yeah.
In the
when the formal announcement goes up with the
days.
details, then we'll be taking admissions.
Right.
Yes.
So that way, yeah, if you want to get involved and do play a session or two, the things that we came up with tonight, they're coming to the Discord and hang out, and we'll have something up in the next couple of days. Hopefully, that will that you can sign up for and submit your character concept and come play with us, guys.
Spots.
Yeah. Sounds cool to me.
Don't delay. Get destroyed by the DM today.
Yay! Wait. All right. Well, also tomorrow will be normal politics stream. There's a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. Lauren Boebert's boobies and other things. Many things that happened over the last week. Hopefully by tomorrow I'll finally feel a little bit back to normal and not. I feel like I have mono because I'm so tired. But like I know I don't have mono. I'm just sick. So.
Preemptively. Preemptively in case of Bobert, I already forgive her. The titties were tittying.
the titty. Anywho, so I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully my new video will be out very soon, but we'll talk more about that tomorrow. All right, thank you guys all so much for showing up and hanging out with us. And yeah, if you want to play, check out the Discord and give us your character concept ideas. All right, see you all next week. We'll have a regular episode with the normal cast then, and take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody. I love you.
And we're out. Okay. Cool
almost
beans.
accidentally just left the Discord voice chat instead of stopping the stream.
No. Understandable.
Listen, I've almost finished the Glühwein. Han, if you want some, get it before it's gone.
I'm good.
I think so.
Okay.
There's egress to the other chat.
Yes.
I shall be in shortly. I need to go use the gents again.
Yeah, I'll go over into the...
There we go. I hope the map looked okay.
Oh. It was weird. Like, it hit me like a minute to reconnect.
Yeah. Oh,
Weird.
Hello.
Here's just Discord. Hello.
Discord. Yes. Still wanna throw hands. Oh god, Aiden.
Huh?
College sucks.
Oh, why does college suck?
My economics teacher told me to go to church if I don't understand the equation for elasticity along the demand curve. So...
What?
Yeah, I don't know myself, man. But besides that, I mentioned that I want to throw hands, and I accidentally scared a classmate of mine. Because he looked at me like I was gonna throw hands at him. But...
If you need help with some maths, I can help you out. Or try to.
We don't even have the math class for economics.
No, but I mean, I can...
Like
it's all the same stuff.
We don't really have to do the math. It's just we need to know the equation for it.
Oh.
But he doesn't explain the equation. But he tells us, if you don't understand this, go to church and ask a priest instead of me.
Penny.
I don't know.
Well, that's particularly retarded. Let me tell you as to why I thought I was math retarded for all of my life. Because I had a bunch of fucking teachers who said basically that to me, is that like, just memorize this formula. And I was like, okay, but what does it do? And then they got mad at me by saying, and I remember this, they would say like, oh, I know you're just an artist, so you don't think you have to learn math, but it's important. I'm like, I'm not saying I don't have to, I'm asking you what it does. I'm like asking you how it works. Like, and they just were so mad. Like the teachers were in my high school, my math teachers were mad at us. Like, because I was, in particular, I was in remedial, remedial math. There were like 2 segments of math that you could be put in. It was like normal math and advanced math, and I was put no, and then it was like normal math and advanced math, and I was in the normal math class, which at an art school is people who don't give a shit, basically. I never had a good math teacher. That was all it was.
Yeah.
And so, and then I got fucked because it was like, all right, I didn't have a good math teacher, and now I have math teachers who think I don't care, and so don't bother to teach me. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks so much. That's very useful. It wasn't until I got to graduate school, so until I finished my college degree, that I had a teacher who actually bothered to teach me math. So, Penny, if there is anything I can do to help you, if they actually do ask you a math question that's besides just memorizing a fucking equation that they're not going to explain to you, I can help you. I can help maybe explain the equation. I'm not familiar with it, but I can figure it out probably pretty quickly at this point, if it's necessary. But if they just want you to remember it, which is pointless.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Like personality-wise, the teacher is fine, but he's very he keeps going on tangents when he has like 45 minutes to like teach us a whole like sector of economics, like supply and demand. So it's like
But I think I referred to him as a vacancy occupier.
Yeah, you did several times. I know that. It's just been a bit rough. But besides that, it's been fine. Besides me realizing, I think like yesterday or the day before, that you know how some documents you have to request access to them?
I think it's working
I didn't
again.
realize that it would request the access from the teacher, because a student had sent it to our like group chat. So I fucking wrote into the request access thing, "You pretty please." And I sent it to a fucking teacher, man.
Oh, Penny, don't worry. No.
He gave me access to the file so I can do my accounting homework, but still.
Do not, no, don't, I'm...
Just people.
Don't worry. And no, yeah, they're just people. And by the way, okay, again...
I literally wrote pretty please.
No, but
like,
no, that's fine.
Several E's at the end.
Penny, I've been on the other side. I've been a professor. It's okay. It's not... If I saw something like that, Penny, you have to understand some of the shit that you get from students. At least, I don't know if it's that way. Probably not as bad in Europe, but in America, holy shit. The disrespect you get from students every day. No. It's the opposite. Saying pretty please is, I would, if I saw that pretty please, I'd be like, oh, absolutely, here's access immediately. If most of them are like,
but it's some Indian guy that's the teacher.
And he's probably happy to see it too. He's happy because we get so much shit from angry students who are really entitled, who are very entitled and are assholes. So having someone be nice, having a student be nice and polite, and even with a bunch of ease,
like,
is sweet and cute.
With,
and
like the nickname of my name, just like the little dash and then nickname.
It is. I guarantee you probably made his day. I'm not even joking.
I was still sitting in his classroom when I sent that.
You still probably, when he got back and gave you permission, you still probably made his day. She's like, oh, okay. I'm
the permission.
Penny. I'm serious. Like that. The amount you have to understand the kind of emails that professors get. It's so much absolute like angry bullshit. Like the stuff that I would get sometimes is like people being like, I'm going to call my daddy on you. It's like, all right, bitch, go ahead. Like that kind of shit's what we get all most of the time. So yeah.
I also just remembered that I sent one of my classmates an email just saying fear. that was the like title for it, just fear. And then I said economics, dreadfully my name.
Bruh.
Bruh.
But no, classes have been fine. I've been scaring people because they learned that I understand Russian.
Oh, okay.
Because one guy is Ukrainian, he keeps like sometimes talking to himself in Russian. But then I respond in English to what he's saying.
Wait, why is he talking to himself in Russian?
We have
'Cause
like
he's a schizo.
19 different nationalities in my class.
I know, but why is he, if
only
he's
one
Ukrainian? But why if
Think
he's
of
a
it.
Well,
Think of it,
because
schizo.
Russian is like taught or was
It
taught
just
in
seems-
Ukraine as like the second language from
You
the
know,
get-go.
yeah, I'm well
Because
aware
we
of
have
that.
a lot of people speaking Russian in our class.
Okay, I mean, I'm well aware that it's taught in Ukraine, but if you're gonna speak to yourself, then you'd think you'd speak in Ukrainian and not in Russian.
Thinking
I mean, it's
about it. Hold
close
on.
enough-ish.
Yeah.
Dude is sitting by himself. He's talking out loud in Russian when everyone knows he's Ukrainian. He's just some dude who wants attention.
No,
Yeah, probably.
That's just probably the language he's used to.
Oh, maybe.
Because Russian was most likely one of the languages that was more or less so, like, used because...
It depends on where he's from in Ukraine.
My group has, like, a Ukrainian, Dutch person, we have a Chinese person, 2 Moldovians, and then me as the German.
Mega, it largely matters where he's from in Ukraine.
Also depends on how old he is.
And that too, yeah.
I mean, God knows. I don't fucking know, but he basically got paranoid because I kept responding to him in English to his Russian when he spoke Russian. To the point of where he then finally asked me why I understand him, and I'm like, I understand Russian.
It must be that's a very
very confused.
Different kind of. You said that like a lot of people in your school they speak Dutch, they speak Russian, they speak German, not German. You speak. Okay, but they.
I'm the only German in my class, so.
But they a lot of them speak English though, yeah.
It's an English-speaking course, so.
Oh, okay. So a lot of people there speak English and Dutch or Russian or etc. That's so, you know, going to college and graduate school in America, it's like even if you have lots of people from other countries, just everybody only speaks English, so you never get that unless you're in a language course. I never got anything like that.
We had our teacher for organization and people legit like just straight up say, guys, if y'all don't speak English in my class, you're gonna have to pay for the chocolate for everyone, including me.
Bro, somebody tweeted at me today, like, basically because I said that I don't know if Russell Brand assaulted people. It wouldn't totally shock me because Russell Brand has been a weird person. But I said that I'm not going to take any of it seriously until there's charges. And this guy responds to me, he's like, oh, you wouldn't be saying that if he was a leftist. And I was like, well, but I said that exact same thing about Johnny Depp. He's not a conservative. He is a leftist. And I said the same thing about Johnny Depp, who's not a conservative either. It's like, I'm sorry, I just don't take things at face value like this without any kind of proof. And then he said, just goes to show what you know because you have stupid degrees in sociology and marketing.
He's got some there.
None of my degrees are in sociology nor marketing. I have a minor in marketing. So it's just like, this guy is like, ha, gotcha. It's like, but you're wrong. You're just fucking wrong. What are my degrees in? My undergraduate degrees are in...
I didn't ask that.
No. They're in communication and public relations with minors in psychology and marketing. And my graduate degree is in communication. My doctoral was in communication as well.
I have an associate's degree in science and general studies.
I have a minor in terrorism.
I hate that. Like it's
Han's
true.
probably the most useful out of all of us.
Let's go.
I'm legally not allowed to play War Thunder.
Yeah.
Lacking commitment.
I don't even know what the fuck. What
I can see
minors
that.
we will have in my class.
I can see that being a thing at some point on military bases, like they'll just be surprise visits at your house. All right, all copies of War Thunder are being confiscated. Wait, what? Oh, what? You know why?
Well, she flees no more.
I don't think they make physical copies of War Thunder.
Yeah.
I will
Please hand me the USB stick, sir.
Burn it, like, give me your passwords for Steam.
No. You can take my country, you can take my freedom, but I'll never give up my Steam account.
For a serpent,
Because honestly, like the fucked up thing is, I could probably identify like tank wire harnesses just by looking at the ballistic plug. I got a little bit autistic in there.
I return.
That's alright.
Welcome back. Speaking of autism.
I've been here the whole time, Mega.
Yeah.
They're calling them come back.
Yeah. Apparently they don't actually like check at companies like Raytheon whether or not you play War Thunder.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's the jokes about it, but it hasn't actually been put onto any of the applications as far as I know.
Be punished.
Yeah.
You'd be the judge.
Probably should at this point, though.
But I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. Though, then again, that would murder your.
I'll read this directly.
I said it didn't mean nothing. That Ben and Mark were just drunk and whining. The Dark Justicia promised she was gonna chat with him. She promised. She gave him a dagger each and told him to press it against their stomachs on the count of 3 to start stabbing and not stop till she said so. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. Anything.
Let me reroll this roll. I want to see the other option. Are you with the character concept? The D&D channel, Beyond. Also, you should have put it inside the D&D channel.
I said it didn't mean nothing. That Ben and Mark were just drunk and whining. The Dark Justicia promised. The Dark Justicia said to report everything, big or small. She ain't the type you say no to. She gave him a dagger each and told him to press it on the count of 3. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. Anything. Like this? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I would like to gain advantage here. Where is that tavern? In my game? Or in this game? I don't know what you mean.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
You vile sadist! What have you done to me? Not to the point you will join me.
Oh, that's unfortunate. My friend, you're going to die.
What's the plan? On the move.
You have been judged. Found wanting. Let's find some prey.
Okay, okay.
Manager. Tad's the manager who pops to the top every day at 4 o'clock. And he still works till 6. So, you know. But yeah, so she's gonna go work at a place called You Break I Fix.
This way.
And the thing was, she
The
said
car place?
they are a wow, I guess they're all going to another chat to play a video game. Or they're just tired of listening to me.
No, I'm not.
Discussing more about specific rules like character creation.
Got you. But Lozzie said it was scary because she applied for the job yesterday. The day before yesterday. Yesterday she went and did an interview. Today they want to hire her, and she said she's never been hired that fast before.
Hired that fast, you mean?
Hired that fast. That's what I thought I said.
Okay. So let me tell you,
I was like, that's not the fastest I've ever seen someone get hired.
Yeah, it's only happened to me once, and let me tell you where it was. So where did she apply to? Do you know what kind of place it was?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's called You Break I Fix, computer repair place. They repair all kinds of electronics and all kinds of stuff.
Okay, it's a local place. The only place that ever hired me that fast. It was after I finished my undergraduate degree, and it said marketing position, and I was like, I mean, I don't have a degree in marketing. I did do a lot of work, and was prepared to go into marketing if I was going to go into the private sector rather than into academia, which I was set to go into academia, but I was taking a year off to make sure I didn't want to go into the market, right?
Right.
So I get this, I show up to this, no, sorry. This was before this. This is when I was still in undergraduate, and I went to a marketing job. And I was trying, because I needed money, and it said, yeah, marketing position. And I show up, and it's like, it's very weird, because there's like 10 people in the waiting room. I'm thinking, and first of all, it's in a really weird, like, industrial park. And so I'm like, okay, whatever. And by the way, in later years, I would find that's not that weird. Some places, marketing places, are in like weird industrial parks. But tons of people in the waiting room. They take us all in at the same time and have us take a test. And then after we take this like personality test, they put on a video for us. Now, when I went to sign up for this place, it's had a name for the company. I don't know what it was anymore. I don't recall. But I know it wasn't what they then showed us a video of.
What was the video of?
Oh, it was Cutco.
Cutco? What the fuck is Cutco?
Cutco is a knife company where you have to pay them like $500 up front so you can have you get a display kit of knives.
God,
then go door to door and try to. Well, they don't. Yeah.
It's the Maybelline people.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
God.
It's a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the? And I as soon as they started selling this shit to me, and they were like, oh, so are you ready to sign up and see how much money they even sold us like, and then what you do is you recruit people under you, and they showed us the fucking pyramid scheme right in front of us in this little like seminar they had us go to, like, and then they were like, are you ready to sign up and make a bunch of money? And I was like, I don't know if you screwed up, but you did not see that what my background was before you invited me to this thing. This is a pyramid scheme. And they're like, no, it's not a pyramid scheme. It's multi-level marketing. Bye. And I'm just like, oh, Audi. Like, and that's the thing that happened to me in 2020. You know?
Aiden,
not 2020. Sorry, 2010. Excuse me, 2010. It happened to me.
Yeah,
that's how long ago that was.
I remember. I was still working in Lafayette before I moved to Houston, right? I'm happy to be back in Lafayette, but regardless, before I moved, these guys came in. One of these dudes was a contractor who had bought from us like 3 or 4 years ago, right? I was working with Brett at the time. Me and Brett were working together. And this guy comes in who used to work with us. He drove up in a Bentley, right? Like,
the guys at this place also had like a fancy, expensive car. Yeah.
And they always point out you could be driving a car like that.
Yeah.
Did they do the thing where they say the company will actually sponsor a bit of like they will pay a bit up front for the vehicle? Did they tell you that?
No,
shit?
Actually, that's not true. I got it confused because I've been to 2 of these seminars twice, and then there was one that happened after I graduated, right? So. And I don't remember what the other people were selling. I really don't remember what they was. The second one after I graduated where they were like, they drove with like, it wasn't a Bentley, but it was some other like really expensive car. And it's like, let's go for a ride and we'll go talk to some people. I'll show you how you close a deal. I don't even remember what the fuck we were selling in the second place. But I had the same thing. I was like, this is a fucking pyramid scheme. And I just was like, okay. And I spent the whole day with them because once you're invested, you can't really like,
oh, the fuck you can't.
I mean, I guess you can, but out of politeness, I can't really like. I've showed up at 8 in the morning, right? I showed up at 8 in the morning to come to this what I thought was an interview at both times to what you think is an interview, and then they spend a whole like day with you, and that's how they try to get people into it, right? Because now there's a time investment.
The sunken cost fallacy, yeah.
Yes, sunken cost fallacy. So you've already and it's also the acquiescence bias. So you've said yes. And then they're like, so now you want to buy the knives, right? Or now you want to sign up with our team for the other thing, right? Yeah. And it was the thing I did after college where I think it was like, it wasn't insurance. I don't remember what it was. It was some scam they were trying to sell people.
Even before the 6 years worth of college psychology I took, which I never got a degree for, by the way, but I took every psych course LSUE offered. Even before that, the sunken cost fallacy had literally no effect on me whatsoever. I could have literally been talking to someone for 4 hours with them trying to get me to buy something, and when they would go, okay, well, this is a deal, I go, no, I don't like that deal.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the best I can do. Okay, bye.
Nah, okay, bye. Yeah, that's how I react. Well, again, like, and they get, at least in my experience, they got pretty mad about that.
Oh yeah, they always get mad, but like.
Because they're like, I've spent all day, and it's like, yeah, okay, but you're selling me a scam. I was being polite to you, dude.
One thing I was always taught from a young age was this one most important fact about purchasing. as the customer, you have all of the power.
Yeah.
And if they decide to get mad at you, okay, be mad. There's not shit you can do to me.
Well then.
What are you gonna do? Not sell me the thing? I'm not.
Well, in this case, like, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna hire me? Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to sell your fucking knives. I don't remember what the other place was selling, but it was something else where it was just a clear pyramid scheme, and I immediately recognized it as a pyramid scheme. But like now I'm here, so I'm like, okay, well, I'll listen. I'll hear you out. Like I've already cleared my schedule for the day, so let me see. Like, what's going on here exactly? You know.
And I think that's where I differ from most people, Aiden. Because most people will do like what you did, which is, well, I already cleared my schedule for the day, and this was, what I cleared it for, so I might as well sit here. To me, my brain goes, dude, cool. We don't have to be here anymore because we're not going to buy this shit. We got the whole day to do whatever the fuck we want. Let's go watch a movie.
But they did this shit with the second place. Yeah, they did that shit where it's like, they took us out into clear. They must be cars owned by the company, right? They're not these people's cars.
Probably.
Because, like, I would imagine.
Here was the funny part, right? Because Bread is even more of a bullshit detector than I am. Like this, he doesn't give a fuck, right? So the guy's sitting there and he's talking about this kelp shit that they can harvest.
Oh,
They harvest from Hawaii or some other bullshit thing. This is their pyramid scheme, right? And how it has. And they're the only ones that are allowed to harvest it, blah, blah, blah. And while he's sitting there trying to give us this speech about how we'll be on the ground floor of this thing, Bread is looking this shit up on YouTube and shows a video about how it's harvested. The guy's like, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. And then the YouTube channel goes, harvested by this company, which was not the company he was saying he worked for. Like, well, that video is wrong because our company's. He's like, well, this thing says like 12 companies are allowed to harvest that. Well, it's obviously wrong. But you just said this was the stuff y'all harvest. Well,
I mean,
This is where we discover the
I was under my mouth laughing my ass off.
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
Like, you are not bullshitting. It's like, you are not bullshitting Bread, right? And I literally sat there as they were explaining the whole process to me of how we would buy so much of it and then we would sell it. And while we're selling it, try to get other people to come into the thing and we get how much money they make.
Right. I mean, and those things are everywhere.
And I sat down and I was like, well, man, the whole thing is like, it sounds interesting, but I think the biggest problem with it is it sounds like a pyramid scheme. And
no, they get very upset about that term too, because it's illegal.
And the other guy who outright said, well, I used to be a cop, so I'll tell you this right now. This was a pyramid scheme. This is a pyramid scheme. I know it. And second, like, you work for them, motherfucker. And then he goes, and secondly, even if it is a pyramid scheme, dude, it obviously works. Look at our car.
Right.
What is that? Dude, look, I'm not selling cocaine, right? But even if it was cocaine, obviously I'm making money. Look at these cars. Like, what kind of logic?
It's so ridiculous.
And it was real funny because at some point, it's like I said, the contractor was someone we knew like 5 or 6 years ago. He hadn't bought one. God knows how long. At some point, the other guy who claimed he used to be a cop looked at the dude and said, man, I thought you said you knew these guys. I was like,
these are the
and I looked dead at him. Because I don't like people talking about me in front of me. It kind of annoys me.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked dead at him. I was like, well, dude, he does know us. And I looked at him and I was like, and man, me and you, I like you. You used to do a lot of business with us. But I ain't buying into a pyramid scheme. I'm not an idiot just because you know me.
Yeah, and I got a little. Sorry. I'm a little worried about that in my first actual job. Because, if I'm gonna be honest, my first actual job sounded sketchy as fuck. It sounded like I was working for a company selling pyramid schemes. It wasn't. But every time I've ever described it to people, they've been like, oh, you were selling pyramid schemes. I'm like, no, I wasn't. No, I sincerely wasn't. I worked for like a legitimate company. But I worked for a company called Growth Coach. And what they sold was plan. No. They sold plans for people who had owned businesses. It was for like people who were planning to go into retirement, like people who had. Here's our target audience. Like 40 to 50-year-old people who had been in business for a long time and wanted to who had been working in a business and wanted to start their own, teaching other people how to be successful, right?
Okay.
Like people who had worked as, in upper management to start their own company in being mentors to young people.
Okay, so you basically told people the plans they needed to become motivational speakers, effectively.
No, not motivational speakers. It was actually like, it was just not just teach them how to be motivational speakers. It was actually so that they could then take the plans that we had and help within their own offices, customize them to every single individual. We would give them like a template.
Right.
And if they had someone who had like a really weird business, he could send it back, or any of them could send it back to us, and we would at the main office, and we'd be able to work through it and come up with our own plan. This is the whole point of buying the franchise. It was a franchise, so that like if you're like, I don't know what to do with this person's business because I have no experience in this field, then you can send it back to the main office, and we can go through all of the research that we have and all of the data that we have, and we can then send them a customized plan for their individual clients. Right? It was actually it actually worked out really well. And so, one of our people, like our main guy, he became like a billionaire doing this. And I'm not joking. Like, he legitimately does. He was this Asian dude, made more money than the CEO of the company doing that shit. Now, again, what my job was is to help create the business plans, to create marketing material. So the other thing is that, like, hey, I have this guy, he runs, I don't know, he's trying to start his chicken company or something, right? I don't know. And so then they'd come back to me and they'd be like, I need an advertisement for this. And then I'd be like, okay. And then I'd make the advertisement. I'd make all the marketing materials. So basically the whole point of buying the Growth Coach plan is that you don't have to hire your own marketing person, right? Because there's a marketing team that you're paying for. That's why it's beneficial. But I know it sounded it sounds like a pyramid scheme on some level, but it wasn't.
Well, like I said, it doesn't sound sketchy to me. It just, like I said, it just sounds like you're training people to become motivational speakers so they can be mentors, so they can bring other people, teach other people what they know. Like I don't find anything sketchy about it. I'm just, the term you're using.
Well, because I found it sketchy when I started working there. I was like, what are we? Even when I started working there, I was like, is this sketch? And I worked there for 3 years, and I loved working there. It was awesome. Like, and it was very wholesome, like family environment kind of thing. Yeah.
The wife is calling. 1 sec.
Break the pause. Break the pause. Break the pause.
The sheer scale of power as you move through the game feels a bit off.
Baldur's Gate?
Yes. There's items that have, like, really powerful effects that any CRPG will always have, to the point that they're, like, staples for that game being known for. But there are some items, compared to some of the things that I have here, that when you read the effects, it's very clear that whatever they were intending to do with balancing the characters, the concepts, or the opportunity cost of playing with the things they have on display, that there's just other options that they don't even come fucking close to any of the things that you find. To an embarrassing point, even. It feels bad even looking at them.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of what you want.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet. I kind of want to buy it because some things I don't like about it, but...
What things are those, Aiden?
The sex stuff. the weird SJW kind of stuff.
In Benefit, not having nudity enabled and rolling your eyes at it helps.
I don't mind. I don't mind nudity or anything. I just like I don't know how aggressive it is.
It's fade to dark aggressive. I don't know what it's like with nudity on. However, I can describe to you the first time Lae'zel forces herself on your character. This is a tsundere if I've ever fucking met one. Her entire character is basically say the rudest shit possible to elicit her respect.
Oh, okay.
And the first intercourse scene is basically you get a persuasion check, or I think it's an aggression check. I forget what check it is. You get a skill check to basically be the top. Otherwise, she's aggressively topping you. And then eventually,
I see.
And then eventually, later on in her romance line, she will be more tender, and she will force herself to admit she wants to be more tender. Because I had the nudity off, or the nudity on, no, nudity off. Why did I say that the wrong way around? Because I had the nudity off option. When it happens, the first one, it's like she's banging you on a stone floor in your camp. And, like, they have this weird leaf pasty they have over the sexual organs. Which is weird because they also have it on the dragon, which dragon breasts completely confuse me. Because what do you mean,
Why?
dragon titty?
Yeah.
Like, I understand they having the idea of, like, an intricate snake design, because I think this is probably the most interesting part of, the casual clothes. You have clothes that your character wears as their armor, and then they have the in-camp clothes that basically is the filter enabled for when you're in the camp, and every character has their own form of casual clothes. Some characters have literally more clothes on in their clothes off option than in their normal armor, looking at Karlach. But in the case of these sex scenes, if they are stripping them down to like their base nude model, there's like, I don't know how to describe it, a skin over where the dragon breasts should be, but the intricate design of this dragon bra is like a woven snake slitting and wrapping itself around the neck of the wearer and then forming like green scale bralette lines where it would be covering the memories, which is confusing from an artistic standpoint because it then begs the question, why do you have the skin flap there? Are you inferring that dragons have breasts? Which sent me for the loop. But in terms of, like, in-your-face, clap, 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 it doesn't seem to exist. It doesn't seem to exist. Which makes it bearable, because I have rolled my eyes at it. I've done literally nothing at all to earn the opportunity. I think 1 character, 2 character, 3 character, let's see, Mysterion, Will, Lae'zel. I seemingly haven't gotten there with Shadowheart. I assume you have to do her quest line to make that an option. Karlach has the option now, because I finished her quest line, which is what opens up her romance options, because otherwise you literally can't touch her. All of them have pretty much been, I was nice to the character and now they want to bang me. Which I think goes against the idea of having this kind of choice, because it doesn't really feel like it's a choice. It feels like an afterthought of, I'm doing things that favor my outcomes, and if the character dislikes or likes them, I don't care, because the personal conversations you'll have with them will intentionally raise their likability to you higher. Anyways.
Yeah. Oh, regardless. Okay.
I don't know if it's like if you keep making multiple bad choices, you'll eventually lose out on the option. I do know that if you go against their intended goal, that a person who does not like said goal will try to leave. I do know that. Welcome back. In the middle of the Gauntlet of Shar, which is an area inside of the Act 2, past the Act 1 area, if you try to go down to where a particular section of her quest is, Lae'zel will complain and try to leave the party, but I literally insulted her, and she's like, yes, you threatened me, and now I want to stay more. I'm just horrified. Like, what the fuck? I understand your culture, but oh my god!
I literally, I completely misread the dating situations for Baldur's Gate 3. I wanted Karlach, right? I wanted Karlach. So every single decision I made in dialogue was to get Karlach. Lizelle wasn't even in my fucking party
Hang on, I'll be right
anymore.
back. One sec.
Yep. Lizelle wasn't even in my freaking party anymore, right? And I saw just, even though then it still showed Lizelle disapproves. I did not give a flying fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
We get to the part where, like, I had done almost every other side quest except going across the boat in the Underdark and killing the goblin, right? I'd done every other quest but those two. I was getting ready to do those. I was in camp, and Lizelle does, like, there's a new dialogue option for Lizelle. Okay, what does this have to do with anything? And she's just sitting there talking about how my smell makes her hair on her neck stand on end. And I was like, first off, you don't have hair on your fucking neck, so right there. Second, what the fuck? Why? I have in no way, shape, or form shown any interest in you, bitch, whatsoever. And you want to ride my bones.
Bruh.
Why?
It was extremely concerning when I saw it because I didn't understand that she was a tsundere until I let it like percolate, and then once it clicked, I'm like, that's not good. That's not good.
Lizelle goes to a battered woman's shelter to get to get a list of guys to potentially date. Like that. She is really fucked up. Like, oh, you're gonna treat me bad? Yeah. It's like, why?
Like, I get what they're going for. The problem isn't like, oh my god, I can't believe she's into being beaten. That's whatever. Okay, she's kinky. Whatever. The problem is you're dying. Technically, everybody in the party's dying slowly from the illithid.
Yeah.
But
as far as everyone's concerned,
like they're dying, and the first thing you think is, yes, this person who's supposed to be helping me get towards the goal of saving ourselves from this infection that threatens to kill us. I just love the way they just disregard me. They put me in my fucking place. It really gets my engine going. I roll my eyes.
To be fair, to be 100% fair, that could easily be a mixture of savior syndrome and daddy issues. Like, because the thing is, right? Okay, this guy is so far everything I've seen him do, he's gonna be the one to get us cured 100%. Because my own people couldn't fucking do it, but this motherfucker seems to be able to overcome shit like I've never seen before, right? So, so obviously she's thinking of you as her savior. You're going to be the one to save him. Now you're disregarding her. You're telling her she's crap, and I highly doubt most people, not just women, but I highly doubt most people could accept the person who they believe to be their savior as someone who would treat them like shit. So rather than that, they're gonna reverse it and go, okay, yeah, he's treating me like shit, but maybe I deserve to be treated this way. Maybe this is good for me.
This just sounds like multiple red flags.
Oh, yeah, totally. Like, she is a walking red flag. She is fucking crimson. She's also obviously the developer's, like, favorite pet. Like, holy shit, the lines they get. Because they tried to make her, like, strong woman, and it's just like, first off, you have 3 strong women in this fucking party. Karlach, I think, is the one you guys got right the most. Because she's just like, oh, I'm gonna die? Bitch, I just got out of hell. The minimum amount of time I get to not be in hell, I'm gonna fucking savor every moment of it. I am fucking happy, and you can't fucking bring me down. Fuck you. Like, that is, I think of all of them, they got her the most right as far as, like, strong female protagonist.
If I had to feel which character was supposed to be the pet of the creators, I would have said it was Karlach. Because her entire cheery peppiness is only gated by the sense of the sheer what the fuck is wrong with you in terms of everything else that goes along with her. Because her element of her entire personality is completely against her class concept. Lae'zel and Karlach's classes should be swapped. Realistically.
Which you can do. Well, I mean, the thing is, right? Because in fucking the edition of D&D they're going with, which I think is 5e, you don't have to be angry to be a barbarian anymore.
Get moving, will you?
Even if you didn't have to be angry, it's the problem with their personality types that's the issue. Because...
Well, but the thing is, but you can see why, right? Like, because you can think about it, right? Imagine you spent 10 years in hell, like literal fucking hell, not like, oh, my life's a living hell. No, like literal hell, pain, suffering, murder, death. Every second of every day you could be completely destroyed. The devil who owns you is probably killing you every night and then reassembling you in the most painful way possible. And then you get out and you're back on Earth and they can't take you back. And then someone tells you, oh, you also got a disease that'll probably kill you in like 2 years. I don't fucking care. I have 2 years to basically just... I'm not going to spend a second of that being depressed, sad, angry about my situation. None of that. None of that shit.
Well, if you got 2 years back on Earth, by the way, time to make some fucking redemption shit.
Yeah.
I mean, like, also, it depends. Like, are you in hell or are you in purgatory?
Well, I mean, in Karlach's scenario, she didn't die and go to hell. The thing was, she was captured as a living mortal and brought to hell.
Oh, okay.
So she's not dead. So she hasn't had the opportunity to die yet.
Okay.
Officially die. So no demons or devils actually have a claim on her soul officially. Now, there's no telling what happens after she died, because, you know, who fucking knows? But
right.
And there are people trying to, and that's the other main thing, right? The people who are coming after Karlach are not trying to kill Karlach. They're trying to capture Karlach and bring her back, which strongly implies that they don't have a claim on her soul. Because if they had a claim on her soul, they would just be trying to kill her. Period.
Right.
So I can understand the bubbly attitude, the happy personality, the thirst and hunger for just to enjoy life that she has. And you know, when someone threatens to take that away from her via the fake Justicars, I can totally see her being able to tap into unbridled fiery rage to take them down. Now, it doesn't make sense for, you know, other encounters, because, you know, why are you angry at the goblins? I don't know.
It's one of those things that just from a character personality perspective, it would make more sense for her to be a fighter if she's on the front lines fighting all the time, to the point that she's capable of fighting from skill, and it'd make more sense for the Githyanki warrior, who basically thinks of nothing but combat and battle, to be a barbarian, realistically. Because her sense...
The only issue, like, you're right on the Karlach aspect in that matter, as far as that's concerned. But the thing about Lae'zel is that her people and the way she was raised are completely and 100% about strategic combat. They are trained fighters. A barbarian's not really a trained fighter. A barbarian is someone who just has fought for so long with no official training whatsoever. They're good at it. Whereas, you know, the Githyanki are literally trained from birth. Like, you even have that whole scene when you get to the creche where the dude's training the kids how to fight, and, you know, one of them, there's like, you don't know how to fight properly, die.
One true way.
I just think they could have done a better job on her personalities.
Yeah, like if she wasn't a Geth, right? If she wasn't a Gith and she was some other race and she had the same personality, yeah, I could totally agree with you with her being the barbarian. But when I was saying she was the pet project, what I mean is like a bunch of people have pointed out that a good number, supposedly, a good number of her dialogue options came from the more woke staff as far as what they think a strong female should say in dialogue. That's what I meant by them calling her the pet project. Because it's just like, because honestly, some of the shit she fucking says is just like, is something that you wouldn't expect to come from a woman. Like, it's dialogue that's specifically designed for a man. Give me a moment. Be right back.
Why am I here? Considering all that is at stake, considering how close we are to the conclusion of our efforts.
It ain't our fault, General.
Is that J.K. Simmons voicing Ketherick Thorne?
Otherwise. You were ordered to retrieve the artifact. You failed to do so. We did as you lot told us. Minthara's the one who... Enough!
A blast of mental energy washes over you, filling the room. Your tadpole squirms, urging you to obey.
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You failed to protect your true soul. You do not deserve to live.
That is not the person that's supposed to be leading the party. Fuck! Oh, that's so frustrating. God damn it. Oh, Peon in my chat is actually trying to figure out where he posts his character concepts because he's interested in the game that Bill and Han want to run.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me make a thingy. Let's put it... They said we hadn't made one yet. Let's make one... let's put it in the... I'll make it in the tavern. And then we'll call it, a new...
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You
A new true soul come to share their wisdom.
That is J.K. Simmons.
I'll put in new character ideas for your text chat. Won't be private. Okay. Let me in the tavern.
True
All right.
soul, you have seen these villains at work, have you not? What say you?
Exactly! It's what I told them. But would they listen?
Faith without action is anemic.
So it'll be a new character ideas in the tavern, which should be available to everybody, but...
Useless.
Let me make sure
Close to the ending.
that it's everybody.
And a new beginning. I can coddle failures no longer. Kill them quickly.
Yeah, everybody should be allowed to, yeah.
No! You creaking old bag of shit! I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again.
I'm trying to finish. Oh, Carl, did I tell you about how YouTube fucked me?
Did they whisper in your ear nicely this time?
No. I don't think it's gonna be permanent, but I have a privacy complaint levied against me.
Dispose of the rest as you see fit.
At my last video that I spent a month working on taking down.
Oh yeah, I saw your message about that.
Mm-hmm.
You have far more important matters to attend to.
So I'm still waiting to see if they're gonna do anything about it.
Not my lord.
My guess is no, but they really should fix it, but
You heard the General. The goblins.
basically the thing is that like,
deal with them however you
so
wish.
I've been spending the last couple of days trying to contact the university to be like, hey, you can't actually do this. Like legally, you can't do this, and they're not wanting to answer. So I contacted the provost. The provost sounded scared. That I've been trying to contact the actual scholars because it's gonna be easier to get in contact with them to just take the claim down, and they won't respond to me.
You won't regret this. Praise the absolute.
Lol. They give you an award for saving a stupid fucking goblin. That is such a dumb achievement to give things. That's not even an achievement.
Occupied by a general that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood.
Whatever.
Must learn what fuels
All right, I return.
Hello.
Wait, but yeah, I will say, Act 1 has been so fucking great. Like, the game is fucking awesome for Baldur's Gate 3. Like, Act 1 is fucking amazing. I've heard great things about Act 2. Act 3, some people tell me, falls off a little bit, but I'll see what happens when I get there.
No spoiler-inies.
Yeah, for right now, I haven't gotten to Act 2 yet because right now, so I play with Joker, Sylvie, and Lilithan. I'm playing a Gith Druid because I was like, fuck, why not? And we're all playing together on that one, and my last Friday we were getting together to play. Friday before last, sorry. You all right?
Oh, I've just been coughing all night, man.
Don't check your lungs.
No, I have a cold still from when we were away on a vacation.
Gotcha. But so we were sitting down, we were getting ready to play for the night. We're in the getting in the lobby, waiting for everyone to join, and my my computer crashed.
Aw.
There was a pop, and it smelled like.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I was like, well, that's bad.
Yeah.
Good luck to
So we think we have narrowed it down because we tried replacing everything. We've replaced it with a motherboard that works. Bless you. We replaced the power supply. We replaced because this is just stuff Bread had that was extra. We replaced the graphics card, all of that shit. No, it was still not working. So the only thing we haven't replaced that it could possibly be is the CPU. So we're upgrading. Yay! Because I had an AP3, we're now upgrading to an AP5 with the new motherboard and everything. So we shall see how this goes.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too big of an issue.
I mean, we've already replaced everything else. If it's not that,
right? I don't know what it could be.
Well,
Sorry.
Lazia will just bring it to you, break, I fix, and figure it out. She was telling me about how they have an insurance program you can buy with them.
There you go.
Where it's $25 a month, right? And anything in your house that is electronic that breaks, they will charge you $25 only to repair it.
Dang, that's pretty good. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, but I was just like, I'm looking at it, and I asked her, said, so Lazi, out of curiosity, what's the in the last 4 years, what have we had to get repaired? And she said, well, we had to get this repaired. I was like, right? Anything else? No. I was like, that cost us what, $150? Yeah. So $25 a month for 4 years.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they have some stuff in there where you have to have it for so many months before you can make a claim, or it'll probably be like, you have to have it for so many months, and if you make a claim, you can't cancel, or, you know, just myriad, because they're going to get their money.
Yeah. Fuck. Sorry about my
no, that's
congestion.
fine. You're sick. You know, sick
Oh,
people have a right to.
I wish it would be over. It's been a week, man.
I was sick for not 4 months. Yeah, I was sick for 4 months with a really bad cough.
Sometimes it can really get you. Like, that's the thing that's crazy about it.
A hacking cough too. And you know the sad thing was, I was just not taking care of myself.
Yeah.
Like
I
wasn't taking any medication whatsoever. I wasn't doing shit. I was just like trying to power through it.
Yeah.
And I finally went to a doctor, and the doctor was like, "Okay, take this over the counter, this over the counter, and this over the counter shit." Like,
I'm gonna have to
really?
do that if it doesn't go away soon, because it's been a week, and it's not just me. Az has it too, because and I knew this would happen. I knew it would happen. You meet up with people who are from, like, you know, people. There's people from Australia. There's people from all across the UK. There's people from Europe. There's people from America there. Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking sick, obviously. Like, there's just no way around that. That's how it's gonna work.
They call it con flu for a reason.
Yeah. That's what I've been calling it. Is that it's con flu. It's a pretty egregious case. But I guess like the difference is that most of the cons I've been to. Oh, is it Jarvis?
No, that's Kaya.
Oh, okay.
Lozzie just pulled up. So I'm actually gonna have to go and greet my wife. So.
All right. Take care. Bye bye.
Take care, everyone. Hope you feel better, Aiden.
Thank you, Mega. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Oh.
It's not very centered. It is rescue the tieflings. Just like having to fucking use wikis to double check to see if my code for my game is fucked. I don't like that. This is probably the 63rd time I've had to do
the game's fucked?
Yeah. In some places there's collision issues. There's items that are out of bounds that you should be able to collect that you can't. Sometimes a NPC, which is why I'm surprised I got that achievement. Apparently, less than 1% of players have actually saved Saza in all 3 locations, probably because her AI glitches out in a certain place at the second location in the first act. There's a lot of bugs, like Bill was explaining earlier when we were talking about it. There's a lot of bugs in the game. They're not game-breaking bugs. There are ways to fix them, but it's not good. It's not good from a casual perspective. Having that many bugs that requires a person to double check to see if there's something broken and how to fix it. Like, there is...
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
There's a code bug. I don't know if it's a code bug, but it's definitely an issue. If you have a stack splitting option automatically on for when you give your party members options to split their items so that you can give them between them so you can balance out how many health potions each member has. If you have that option on, it means that you cannot pick up loose gold off the ground, because you have to physically drag it into your inventory. There is a boss that actually makes use of gold on the ground as a part of their attacks in the form of, like, mortar mines that are arcanely charged and detonated. And if you can't pick the gold off the ground, you can't disable this. I played the entire fight versus that boss. I figured out its mechanic on my own, but I played the entire fight without understanding why I couldn't pick gold off the ground. And then I had to go to a wiki, and lo and behold, the answer was on Reddit.
Oh, yeah.
While I despise Reddit, there is a time and place that Reddit should exist for, and games like this is definitely what it exists for.
You know, when I started playing Greedfall, I could not get past the first boss. And I think it's because I hadn't figured out the controls yet. And it's not the... And that's the thing, Bill told me, like, he's like, it's only the first boss is difficult and the rest of the game is really easy. So I cheated to get past the first boss. And then I kind of broke my save file because I used a pledge. Because I was like, just give me God mode for a minute because I can't get past this. And like, yeah, the rest of this game is completely, like, there's no issue. But it, like, Greedfall is a fantastic game. But it's really weird. They, like, anticipate you to get to know all of the more advanced tactics at beating a boss in your very first time doing combat. Like, 'cause it's your first time in proper combat in the game. And then it throws you into, like, some... Have you played it?
I have not.
like you have to learn the like not just the dodge, but the deflect mechanic. There's dodge, there's deflect, there's and then riposte or whatever, you know, like where you counterattack. And it kind of gives you a really basic introduction to that, but it's just not, and it just throws you into this actually very difficult boss fight, in my opinion. And the rest of the game is fucking easy, because then you get to build your character up with an RPG mechanic so you become stronger. So then I was like, so I fucked up a little bit with the game because I fucking I opened the cheat engine, and now like it overflow on all of my things, on all of my like attributes, because I put the god mode thing on for a minute just to get past that boss, which I never need to use ever again. And I'm now very close to the end of the game. But so like if I go into, but then I've had to continue to open up the cheat menu because when I level up, it overflows so that it's like you have negative 10 million attribute points. I'm like, oh great, so I can't level up unless I have to go in and then type in 1. You know what I mean? It's like give myself 1 point or whatever, which was annoying. But I would say, like, I think you can cheese your way out of that boss fight really, really easily. I just didn't know what I was doing, and so I was like, Greedfall is a fantastic game. I had flashbacks of, so there's, okay. Are you still on stream, Carl?
I am.
So, all right, everybody, you want to hear something really embarrassing? I've never played any of the Dragon or the Demon Souls or what's the other game called? Demon Souls and Dark Souls games, because I played Demon Souls and I could not make it past the first boss, and I spent like 3 hours trying to do it. I didn't know you were like supposed to die. And then I just got so frustrated with the game that I quit. And I was like, I hate this game because I could not win. I couldn't figure it out. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And I just wasn't, I didn't get good. I didn't know how to get good.
Usually the meme answer is always cringe, but realistically, the tutorial boss has always been meant to be, if you know what you're doing, you can outplay it, because the bosses are designed in such a way. For Elden Ring, for example, the tutorial area boss is designed in such a way that if you take your entire health pool and damage, you will be automatically skipped to the scene where you will immediately end up after said fight. If you win that fight, you do get to have the starting equipment and weapons that it drops, but it's basically the only way to leave this area is through dying, and there is a scripted like ledge fall that will kill your character and then send you to the next screen. In the case of Demon Souls, since it was literally the first one, I think it was designed more like, if you can kill this boss, you get a secret ending. Kind of like what they did with Devil May Cry 5.
Wait. But here's the thing for me personally, right? Is that I'm very much a tactile learner when it comes to video games. So like I have to like get physically used to using, whether it's the keys or a controller. So when you throw me right into a game and I have to be good at it immediately, it's really hard for me. So like throwing a difficult boss at me in the very beginning is terrible for me. I just can't do it. It's just because of the way that I learned to play video game, which is when sometimes I you know, and it's always been that way with me. Like, you know, I don't have any real shame about the first time I played Devil May Cry 3. I had to take the, do you want to go down to easy baby mode? Yes, I did that, because I did have to go down to easy baby mode the first time I played it. Not the second or third time I played DMC3, but at that point I had the tactile memory, right, of how to do, you know, like what how the game works. But I have to personally like memorize how to do things in video games in terms of the, you know, physical response. Like, you know, when I used to play, oh my god, I'm so glad I don't do this anymore. But I used to be really big into fighting games. A lot of salt there. But that's all just physical memory. That's all that is. It's just physical memory on stuff. And that would be just like, you know, I'd sit there and play Marvel by myself against the computer for just like 6 hours at a time. And just do the same fights over and over to get the combos down, and that's like normal, but that's normal. But I think that maybe one of the reasons why fighting games made more sense to me than some other kinds of games. But anywho, that's why I had a hard time with Demon Souls, is because it was like, shit, you threw this shit at me immediately, and I hated the fact that I couldn't win. Again, I couldn't figure out how to win against the first boss, so I just jumped the game. And I haven't played any other Demon Souls or Dark Souls, or I haven't played Elden Ring. I haven't played any of them. I own Elden Ring. I haven't played it. I haven't played any of those games because I'm afraid I won't be able to get good. I'm serious. I'm afraid I won't be able to get good.
Well, fortunately, there is an answer to these problems, and the answer to these problems is you just play the game more. Realistically, that's how all the pros got better. They just simply play the game, and
I know you gotta play it a lot.
Yeah, they just spent time playing the game, and then they just no-lifed it. Which
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but I don't have that time to do that. Like, I used to. I mean, obviously, when I first played League of Legends and Dota, like both games, it took me months to be able to like get good at them. Like so many shitty games. But I guess the difference is that in League of Legends and Dota, excuse me, sorry, I'm so used to calling it that. As a meme, is that I'm playing with friends, so it's like, you know, I'll just heal bot. I'll just be a heal bitch, you know, and then you can help me out later. I'll do 5 games where I heal bitch you, and then you teach me how to do another job or another character.
It's a hard conversation to say this with MOBAs because there's never truly I've gotten good at the game since, unless you are a paid pro, or you're somebody who actively no-lifes the game in terms of stream, or you just spent so much time around it that you have picked up the talents necessary not to be a perfect player, to be a good enough player. I always throw those arguments out the window because it's the same.
I mean, I feel ashamed of it though. I do feel ashamed that I've never been able to play any of the Dark Souls or games. You know, a little bit. I guess I could play them now because they're like there's nobody online anymore. But there was something that. So a big reason why I've also never gotten into them, even though I really like, I looked at Bloodborne. I've like read all the lore. I'm fascinated by the lore, particularly of Bloodborne. But the reason why I haven't gotten into them is because the idea of being raided, like, gives me so much anxiety that I don't think I could play this game. I just because the idea of like just someone coming in and it reminds me of when, so. You know, I started playing Final Fantasy 11 when I was 11 years old, so it works out. And that was my first MMO, and I was really into it. And I remember when WoW came out, like a year later, everyone was like, oh, you gotta play WoW, you gotta play WoW. So I got WoW, and I played it for a little bit, and I immediately got, like, killed over and over again by high-level people. I mean, I got like the month free or whatever with it. And I just went, I hate this. I hate this, because it's just, I can't make any progress because people keep fucking murdering me. And I couldn't understand what was fun about that. And I still, by the way, to this day, I can't understand what's fun about killing noob. I don't understand that. Because it's like, to me, that's like small weeby energy. I'm sorry. Like, go pick on somebody your own size. Going and picking on new players, maybe today, I guess it's different because no one's playing WoW for the first time, probably. But like 6 months after WoW came out, yeah, there were people who had no idea what they were doing. That's some big wee energy, like, or some small wee energy on that. And so I hated it, and I went back to Final Fantasy 11. I just never left, and I had a lot of like dislike towards WoW when I was a teen, because not only did it steal the majority of the players from Final Fantasy 11, but it was a game that I actively had a bad experience with. So I don't like that kind of shit. This is my opinion. I don't know.
I understand that entirely. I have a very simple love-hate relationship with the elements of RuneScape because of that factor. Everything that has nothing to do with the wilderness or PvP activities, I understand. I get it. There are people who just want to turn their brain off and have mindless fun. I don't understand why you're playing it for money when you could be playing a game like Path of Exile, but I understand why they're playing it. It's probably the same logic that goes inside the heads of other people who are not playing Path of Exile, and if they see somebody like me play it, they're like, man, that looks so fun. Then they open up the passive menu, and it's like, well, I've lost my desire. I remember having Amy actually play it with me for exactly 30 minutes. She had a character that she had on a permanent league, and anytime you're playing Path of Exile, everyone is playing on the non-permanent league. because we want to experience the new content and the new mechanic
Yeah.
that comes with the concept, because with that comes new skills and new gems. Because eventually, once we get done with the League starter character, it's time to start theory crafting and build crafting. Because immediately after about a month and a week is when we start releasing the builds of the week videos from the audience and the community playing the game. It's an entire experience. On top of, doing long-term goals like mirror service crafting, where you'll craft an item that is intended to be copied with mirrors of Calandras from other players, so that you have a perfect original set item that other people get to make a copy of, and they will pay you, if you're playing a trade league, a minimum cost to bring their own mirror and then use that on your perfectly crafted item, especially if you're a streamer and you're actively crafting it live on air.
Yeah.
There's a level of inherent trust that Path of Exile players have, and Diablo players, and I guess a couple of video games and a couple of people who play those video games have the same concept. I think Borderlands has a concept like this, although the issue is less like
Well, I've played on the
1,
Borderlands games,
and it's
so...
more like Borderlands 2 and 3, because the sheer effort of grinding for a weapon is not like the pure essence of Borderlands 1, where, you just happen to be in the lobby of a cheater, and that cheater happens to have all the perfect stat hacks of the items dropping from the boss that it keeps one-shotting inside of General Knox's DLC. It's the element of camaraderie where my ability to get something isn't going to directly inhibit and actually is a boon to your gameplay. Because any vendor recipe, any vendor upgrade recipe, any vendor downgrade recipe, any vendor quest item solution change recipe, any unique item combination recipe, or in the case of what was recently done, any item that is requiring a new recipe type that requires one type of each weapon and then a type gem to be given. The more knowledge we as an audience and as a general player base gather together and then turn around and give to ourselves is enriching your ability to play the game. Because before, for example, playing a minion master build, where your entire damage pool comes from creating minions, has now been gated behind a particular gem, where the acquisition method of getting the gem isn't just, I get it off the ground from a drop. It now needs to be crafted using a specific recipe. And for a while, we didn't know what the recipe was until we figured out the recipe. Now, to put that into context to what you experienced, imagine, instead of telling people what that recipe is, we gate-kept that information behind a fee. And we actively punished people who tried to break the rule of that fee by basically excommunicating them from anything that is ever done.
Yeah.
It would become a every man for himself scenario, where even though you and I might know the recipe, we have an intended purpose to gatekeep other people from doing it, because maybe the build's known to be extremely strong and it's broken, and we don't want people who haven't earned the right to be broken to know this recipe. Maybe the designers of the game decided that instead of players being able to tell people, yeah, you can use the recipe, you have to get a particular item that has to drop for you uniquely before you can ever do anything doing that. Or if people just wanted to be a bunch of dicks, and they happen to be the people who have access to an item before any of the other more friendly people got access to it. Like, imagine Zizarin or any of the streamers who actively play enough to be recognized, and like, the people who design items decided, oh, there's an item that I made that is extremely broken, but in order to beat it, you need to beat a particular set of trials and efforts and bosses that are extremely hard to beat and very hard to gear for. And the build that is designed to beat them has the thing that they now have to have an even more peak pinnacle chase item to make this build even more broken and even more perfected. And to get to that chase item, you gotta get another chase item. To get that chase item, you gotta get another chase item, and another chase item, and another chase item. Where it's just every single step of goal of power is not a normal path of progression, where you start out, you finish the campaign, you get to the mapping stage, and then you slowly start making intricate changes with your equipment outwards. I think the best way to visualize it for you is if I open the game really fast and just go to my fucking side tab. Every league, when we make a character, the goal of power has never been, I made a character, then I got to the maps, and then I paid a... Well, some people do that sometimes, or some builds. Some builds are just very, very difficult to put together without having a particular piece of equipment, or they are built around a build that is really unique. But that's beside the point of what I'm trying to explain. I need to visually show you this so that you can see the difference. I need to just get...
Goddamn! It's taking too long to load! Holy fuck!
There we go. Okay. So, when you progress a character, You don't just.
Where is this? Where are you posting this at?
I'm taking the print screen of what I have because I just want to show you the inside of my stash tab. I'm gonna DM it to you.
Okay.
When you make player progression on your builds, they are never. I started the game and then I made a couple of things and then I had a build and all I had to do was like get 2 items off the ground. It is not. Over there in the stash tab that has DD listed on it is every single upgrade that I've made with this character in terms of a piece of equipment that I've traded off from. Every shield I've made, every belt I've made, every glove that I made, every transition glove or transition belt that I've made, the crystal belt there that I'm wearing. I have 4 copies of it because I made 4 specific copies to make an upgrade in case, oh, this one has more fire and cold resistance.
I did that in Cyberpunk. Yeah.
Every single time you make an upgrade, you're not just making an upgrade and like, oh, I never have to touch that again. Kind of like what I'm pretty sure you could probably do in Baldur's Gate if you find a particularly powerful piece of equipment. But you need to not only understand how to play the game, to know what your build needs, but you also need to know how to make that item. I physically made every single one of these items. I made the rolls on them, or I picked them off the ground, and I figured out what the base I needed to have that stat was on them. I found a couple of these are fractured, so they have a stat locked in. When I found that locked in stat, I said, okay, it doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to be wearable for now. That corner piece armor in the on the top right of the stash tab screen is actually the piece of armor that I've been wearing up until I finally made the armor that I'm wearing in my inventory. I physically made that one as what I needed because it was given to me for free from the new League mechanic. Because one of the things the League mechanic does is it enables you to get to the power spike point faster by giving you rewards. One of which is getting a 6 link, which is extremely hard to craft by yourself. But you make your shit, and then you build from there. If players had the mentality that most people claim elitists have. Now I can close the game because I'm not playing PoE right now. I'll play that later when I'm done with today's play session. When you play the game, you're not going to see people actively gatekeeping away from items. Because in a trade league, it benefits them to get you to buy or sell whatever you have. So, like, if there is an item if there is a set price for an item, and someone's massively price gouging to the point where it's overly not worth the value that it's intended for, people will undercut them, and that balances the marketplace. Because fuck that guy. I'm not going to sell that thing to you for 100 chaos. In fact, since I'm a streamer and I'm playing live on air and I'm farming these things and using the necessary harvest craft recipe to make duplicates of them, I'll sell you one for 30 chaos cheaper. Or I'll give it to you. I don't care. Have fun, Exile. Because it's based more on having your own player experience rather than gatekeeping the player experience from other people. Because if you really wanted to have a player experience where you have no interaction with anyone else, and you wanted to play the trade league, you would just simply only buy what you need, and you'd continue playing on your own volition. Or if you wanted to have no interaction with anyone whatsoever, you'd play the league that I am, which is the solo self-found league, where you must make your own items, which increases the difficulty of the game higher, because in every situation where you could have had an item by just buying it, you have to find it. Some items...
Yeah, there you go.
Like, for some items, that means you can never get that item unless you physically farm for them. And this is better for players to learn. Because now that you physically have your hands on the tool, if you go into your stash tab and you look at all your currencies and what they could do, you still need to learn how to use them. So the only place to start is to start with a white normal item that has a great base. Maybe you got lucky and you find a 6-link white base that just dropped on the ground free. Congratulations, you just won the fucking lottery. Have fun. Don't do anything to the sockets that's going to reduce the amount of sockets that it has, but congratulations, you literally can experiment with this item and do whatever you want with it. You can learn how the essences work. You can learn how to use delve currency to target specific upgrades you want on that item and that you do not want on that item. You can get specific delve only fossils that will increase the improvement, that will make the item sell for higher and get a return from the vendor that it normally wouldn't. You can be able to target stats that are actually extremely hard to craft for, that requires an interaction with another mechanic, which is harvest crafting to do. It's called horticulture. We call it horticulture, but it's called hoarder crafting, because plants. You can learn how to use veiled chaos orbs and meta crafting recipes, which are unlocked from the unique maps, because your metacraft isn't just you start the league and you have access to everything. You have to find them incrementally through the campaign, which is a way of you, like, getting incremental power. They're not just going to give you a craft that's like, do 50 billion damage in Act 1. They do have crafts that are like this, but they're tiered for the build. So if you have a fire build and you're using fire damage, you're going to want something that increases fire damage, that gives you an ignite chance, increases the fire damage over time scaling, as well as increases the fire damage over time multiplier. So you're not just giving yourself increased damage, but you're increasing the speed at which that damage ramps. And then things like burning faster, which then which it does the damage that you would have done in a shorter period of time faster, and then allows you to recycle that damage quicker. So it, instead of taking a longer period of time, so you do 50 billion damage over 8 seconds, you get an item that says, do that damage 100 times faster. Now instead of 8 seconds, it's 4 seconds. It's the same damage, but you're dealing it faster. You have a faster uptime. That all that knowledge for both the build you're running and how to make the items for that build start to coalesce together. And you start to get a general idea of, okay, if I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I want this, I'm going to need to find a base for this, this, and this. And then when I find those items, I need to target the stats that affect my build, and ignore the stats that doesn't affect my build. So if I'm a physical dot build, I don't care about fire dot. I want physical damage, I want physical damage over time, I want physical damage over time multiplier, and I want regular damage and damage over time multipliers, because anything that is specifically tiered might be stronger than the normal base variant, but it will not be as strong as if you got the targeted base variant. The target base variant might be easier to craft if you craft it on an item through the bench, but if you are able to find ways to target a craft that then has an included stat that you want. A good example would be essences, which I can just show you that, I might as well not even close the game. Each essence line has a particular target craft that it bricks into the item. So, if I want an item that is going to craft for spell damage, I'm going to take an Essence of Woe, regardless of whatever tier it is, and I'm going to slap it in an item. And whatever whatever other benefit comes from that, take a screenshot of that, whatever other benefit comes from that item, I'm going to use to combine into that. Hello, Soupy. So, for example, because it's protecting the screen, because the same window that I used to play Baldur's Gate is currently overlapping my game. When I look at an Essence of Woe, it says very clearly what it does. Every single line that it does on an item. If I put this in a one-handed weapon, it's going to increase it from this range to this range. If I put it in a two-handed weapon, from this range to this range. If I put it in a body armor, a helmet, a shield, other armor pieces, which if it doesn't have a name there on the side, it's another armor piece. So when it says helmet, shield, and body armor, that also applies to glove, that also applies to boots. It'll do this. When I put it on a quiver, it will do this. When I put it on an amulet, it will do this. When I put it on a ring or a belt, it will do this. The Void Scepter that I crafted was actually crafted from the highest tier Essence of Woe, slammed into a Void Scepter, and all I did was roll it once, and it automatically came with those lines. I'll show you that.
Oh, cool.
I'll show you that. And it looks like that.
Oh,
now,
neat.
All I had to do was slap increased
Yeah.
damage over time into that weapon. Now, if I wanted to make something better than this, then I would use what we call a fracture. And a fracture sounds exactly what it sounds like. It is an item that has a particular stat fractured into it. That item, the stat, can never be changed. Every other stat on the item can be changed, but that item can't be changed physically, and that's one of my necklaces. Why it's got that little shining glory aura over it.
I see.
Not unlike the glowing aura that's on the helmet and the boots and the gloves. Those are a different in-game crafting. Remember when Bill said that the in-game crafting in this game gets really autistic? That's what he was talking about. But fracturing...
Hey.
Yes.
Sorry, it's almost 1 o'clock, and I'm
no problem.
dying. Tell me more about this later, though, dude, if you don't mind.
I will.
All right. Okay, cool. Sorry, just that... Oh, I'm feeling it. Oh, but it like it hit me like a ton of
I've been worried about
like,
you. Are your sinuses okay? You're sneezing a lot.
I just have a cold, man. It's just from being around everybody. But I was staying up for enough. But yeah, I gotta pass out now because I'm so tired. I'll be fine soon. And I do want to play this. I do want to play Path of Exile. So you have to explain it to me more.
I will. Whenever you feel like it. I'm in the fucking Baldur's Gate dungeon until I get bored.
Let's go. Baldur's Gate or Path of Exile. We could explain either one to me. Anywho, sorry, I just it hit me real quick. Okay. Great, good to hang out with you, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
8 minutes left. I'm the only one in the chat room. No, I've left. Okay. I assume that these tieflings are going to escape from the docks.
I'm afraid you missed the ship, Trousseau, but there'll be another along soon enough. We're already stacking the cargo. Baldur's Gate. The army marches overland, but we sent some friends ahead to smooth the way. Locals need to see hard truth. Take their place. Or they don't, and we send them to meet the old gods they cling to. Nothing of note, just supplies.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
I'm gonna go with persuasion. Yeah, I'm gonna go with persuasion.
Right you are.
I have something to ask.
Stand clear. Respectfully, Trousseau.
One is in the boxes.
Just doing my job. They say and I don't plan on being a guard for long, Trousseau. Thank you. Beg pardon, Trousseau.
Feel free to haul a few boxes.
You say haul the boxes, and yet...
Not long before we march on the city. Nothing of note.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
If I intimidate him...
Not long before we march on the city. Nothing.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response.
I feel like if I touch these, I'm gonna get fucking yelled at.
Best keep your hands to yourself.
See? Knew it.
You're being watched.
You give me the ability to do it.
Like, has there been any balls yet? Yes. The character has slapped balls with Lae'zel. And was attempted in proposition to slap balls with Will.
I'm not a fan of the car road even.
However, I believe we've gotten bored for today's session. A couple of quests that I want to be able to save for tomorrow. And all of them are story quests. Okay. Enough of that. Continue the quest lines tomorrow. Alright. I'm going to eat dinner now, everyone. Goodbye. I'll read the last chats before I leave, though. I sent you the tabletop RPG. Do you have any thoughts on it? If I give my thoughts, I will say them in the Discord. There is another cloud save error with my Baldur's Gate 3 files. I hope it does not have an issue in the future where it tries to delete my shit. I'd be very pissed if that happened. In any case. Slumber/food